small question.
And I always have.
Yeah, I'm also very short.
Oh, either man. It will be very convenient for you to headset mic because even if you use the handheld,
Yeah, then
when
it's
you're
hard
moving and you forget to remove the mic, and then the volume will go down. It will always like Kapapa?
And is there something to
Cut.
point? No, there isn't a pointer.
Mute,
Okay,
mute.
that's okay. But then if we can move, then we can.
Sure.
It's always a little bit. I leave it to. Yeah. Ah.
So now don't talk a lot.
صباح الخير. اهلا وسهلا بيكم مع اليوم الثاني من مؤتمر الخط والزخرفه الدولي. هنبدا اليوم النهارده مع الدكتوره ياسمين فغاني من جامعه كامبريدج، ومحاضرتها النهارده حول العلوم الانسانيه الرقميه وفن الكتاب. الدكتوره ياسمين فغاني هي خبيره في مجال المخطوطات الاسلاميه مع تركيز خاص على اداره وعرض مجموعات المخطوطات. دكتوره ياسمين اتفضلي.
Good morning, Sabah al-Khair. Thank you for having me here. I'm very honored to be at this prestigious institution and this event. Now, before I start, I just want to give you a very brief disclaimer. Today, I'm presenting not on behalf of the institution that employs me, which is Cambridge Digital Humanities or the Cambridge University Library, but more on my own research in the field of manuscript studies, and more in particular on creating data sets or catalogues for manuscript collections and the role of the digital in this field. Yeah, so we heard a bit yesterday in the presentations about technology and how technology works. Sorry, can you hear me okay? Okay. Yeah, so anyway, I'm afraid I'm not going to show you any pretty pictures of calligraphy or manuscripts, and I'm also not an art historian or a performing artist, so my topic is really very purely on the technology that is behind this kind of work. And we heard a little bit about those thoughts or concerns with the technology, in particular the digital technology, yesterday from some of the speakers. And this is actually something I'm going to tap into almost straight away. So the digital really is in our lives, in all aspects of our lives. And it often feels a bit overwhelming, or it feels like we need to know the ins and outs and how it works before we can really engage with it. Now, I'm going to talk a bit more about exactly this engagement and not so much about the technology itself, but working with it, because technology has been around for a very long time. In fact, to me, one of the most precious technologies is the production of paper. Paper is one of those technologies that really sprang out of the so-called Islamic world, because in the Islamic tradition, paper was produced already in the 8th century before this technology was taken on in Europe in the mid-13th century, and didn't really take off very much until several centuries later with the print. But in Islamic culture, paper has been around for a long time. And when we think about paper, we don't really think about how exactly it's made. We use it and we think about how to best use it. A calligrapher would think about the quality of paper, maybe the finishing of it, in the same way as they would think about the ink they use or the tools they use, the pens. So it is really about the engagement with this technology. Also in academia, we can't really escape the digital anymore. We heard about that aspect yesterday too. It's in publishing, the way we search for our sources, very often the visualization of our research, and of course, AI is a big theme at the moment. But what does it actually mean? We are it's become a ubiquity in a way, and it's not something we can escape. Yet at the same time, we haven't quite learned how to work with it effectively and without it taking over our lives or even dominating it, which is very often the thought behind AI tools and the fear of what this will do to our lives. Now, digital humanities is within this technology, using it in humanities research. And it is more than just using digital methods to do what we do anyway. It is actually something, a new discipline that has changed the direction of research in many different ways. So there is the way we do research, which has changed from, let's say, 50 years ago to now, when all our sources were in the analog, but also how we communicate our research and how we make it into perhaps a new medium. For example, the transmission from text to image or image to text is something that we use every day. You may have heard of optical character recognition, OCR. That's actually a technology, an artificial intelligence technology that uses image to extract text, which we can then use to analyze, read, or search. Digital humanities also offers us the opportunity to be more interdisciplinary and more intercultural, because very often, especially for the past 200 years, we tend to work within our own disciplines, within our schools in terms of universities, whether it is social sciences or humanities, languages, Oriental studies, so-called, which is an abandoned term by now, I know that. But very rarely we have the chance to walk across and look at other disciplines or other philological areas of studies and to compare or draw direct connections. With digital technology, we have these opportunities in a new way, given that we understand what we are looking for and how these disciplines relate to each other. So a great part of this is about communication. And I want to do a little deep dive into methods for those of you who are familiar, or also those of you who are not so familiar with this, because it's quite a forest sometimes. So what do we really mean by digital methods when we talk about digital humanities and methods and approaches? Digital methods are really about making information machine readable. In the case of the humanities, it's about making text machine readable for a particular purpose. It is also about creating data models, which is really about structuring our knowledge, our research, something that we've been doing for a very long time. The only difference is that when we work with the digital, we work with machines and not with people. We still work with people, of course, but we have to make our material understandable to a machine, which requires some very different components. It requires transparency, clarity, and continuity. It's also about extracting and building relationships. And I'm going to talk a bit more about what I actually mean by these methods, you will see. It's mainly really about processing information at scale, because this is something we cannot do with our own brains. The power of the machine to search thousands, hundreds of thousands of documents for a particular word or a theme or a construction is impossible for us to do. But unless we have structured and, i.e. modeled and created the data in a way that the machine can read it, the machine won't be able to read it either. So a lot of the groundwork, or all the groundwork, is still done by us with our human intelligence. And working with code is at the ground of this all. I don't know how many of you may have done some coding or have worked with code. It's a technical skill that everybody can learn. But in principle, code is also around us. We are all aware of codes of conduct within cultural behaviors, and which we understand intuitively. Now, intuition is not something a machine can do. So there is an input required from us, which is about making ideas explicit to a machine, those which are implicit to us. So there are potentials and problems, of course. And the great potential of the digital is transgressing boundaries. All sorts of different boundaries. Geographical boundaries, very, I think, quite appropriate in this context. And my work with the manuscripts from the so-called Islamicate world is full of experiences of that. There are about 4,500 manuscripts from the region between Europe and China in Cambridge, and I very often have requests from people who need to look at a certain manuscript or want to have some information about the manuscript, of which in Cambridge we have a particular copy that doesn't exist in the country, in its country of origin. It's very often difficult for people to travel to Cambridge and look at the manuscript themselves. Taking images is a possibility, but to find these manuscripts in the first place and to find out that they are in Cambridge goes far beyond images. It's really about data, metadata, research data, making this data accessible to people all over the world. And this impossibility or difficulty of traveling in person is in many ways helped by these methods. Luckily, there are not so many borders yet for the transfer of digital information, and probably won't be. Another boundary is something similar to what I mentioned earlier, the boundaries between image and text. The technology we have at our hands is able to extract text from image. It is able to recognize image from image, and various other limitations that we had in the analog. Developing customized tools is a very important aspect, because the digital and digital humanities research is really open to us all, regardless of language, script, or subject. But it is up to us as researchers and as users to develop the tools that we need. The digital is not something that generates itself from nothing. It's all based on what we invest and what we put in, what we develop, what we want to know and how we want to search, and so on. Of course, one of the problems is, especially for our area, that it has an unequal distribution of content. So if we think about the digital as something on the web or at our fingertips in some ways, you will all have experienced that the majority of content is very global north. It's very much in English. It's usually in Roman script. And so are the tools built on this material for this content and are also more accessible within that. But this goes back to the point before that is really a question of developing this kind of content within that context. Non-Roman language functionalities have improved incredibly within the past few years, but they are still not as 100% as they are for Roman script. And there is another issue, it's proprietary versus open. There are many, many very interesting developments which are open source content, but mainly open source tools and open source methods, which are really accessible to everyone. And that's another novelty about the digital, that there is so much material that we really don't have to go back to ground zero, 2.0 every time. But it's a question of knowing how to use these open source sources. So a few words on methods. I don't know if you are familiar with this, but you will have, most of you will have come across one or the other. So to really make text computer readable in a systematic and analytical way, that is to embed our analysis into the text while making it machine readable, we use something like markup languages. HTML is something that's behind websites for rendition, for the visual of the text, but XML is a method where you can actually embed your analysis as well. And we have standards like text encoding. I'm going to show you a beautiful example of this in a minute. So markup languages help to make text readable in a systematic and analytical way, but we also have methods like linked open data. Wikipedia is probably known to all of you, that uses linked open data as a method, and so is geonames. Digetis thesaurus may be known to you, where we allocate unique identifiers to a concept and can embellish and build on this with multiple other words, expressions, and of course explanations around this, linking it to other concepts in a meaningful way. And AI is really just an accumulation. AI is a large language model, a huge language model that is built on a variety of algorithms. In fact, the sheer word algorithm, surely you're all familiar with its origin, coming from Al-Khwarizmi, a method that was somehow only possible with the use of paper. But it's all about a systematic count or laying out of individual processes combined at scale. Again, the new power that we have within this technology that really exceeds our own abilities. This is an example of linked data for something like geonames, where you have a unique identifier, for example, for Fujairah, and a variety of contextual information with this term and this concept, including longitude and latitude. So this is another example of linked data. Those of you who may work in libraries or are familiar with that kind of work will be aware of a concept that's called authority control or identity management. And especially in our fields, this is quite important because names can be a bit of a free-floating area. Names can change, names are, varied, and especially when you have the patronymic concept of names. So what you really are looking for in a name is the identity of the person. And this identity needs to be established, and within the digital world, we can establish this name with a unique identifier. You see that here. And under this unique identifier, you can put any version of the name in any script or language or acronym or abbreviation, and it will always lead you back to that same entity. We have other methods for text, working with text in digital humanities, such as named entity recognition. Any one of you familiar with any of these methods? It's not, you're probably using them, but you're not explicitly working with them, nor am I actually. But these are methods which often sit behind what we think is AI or tools like ChatGPT that use AI. These are the methods which are creating the results of your search. And they are all based on text, on the identification of concepts. Named entity recognition, for example, is automatically identifying particular entities in text, such as names, places, and dates. It doesn't necessarily go beyond this very much, but it can recognize names, dates, and places based on other sources that it compares it with. For example, topic modeling is kind of automatically reading text for subject classification, so clustering together associated terms which tend to appear together and give an idea of the topic of a text, for example, because of the use of certain vocabulary in that text. Then we have sentiment analysis, something quite similar to this. Sentiment analysis, however, interestingly enough, although the term, like many terms in the digital, can be quite promising, if not manipulative sometimes in their meaning, but sentiment analysis can really only analyze positive or negative. It can't analyze the nuances of sentiment as such. So yeah, a slightly misleading term in a way, or a very simplified concept behind a more sophisticated looking term. N-grams are used, you may be familiar with that, by Google a lot. It's counting the frequency of words, and we can look over time how often a word has been used in text. And stylometry is another method which is used to identify authors sometimes in text. So very often authors write under synonyms, but it is still their own writing, and stylometry uses a type of word count which reveals the identity or the kind of language footprint of an author. So all of us have a certain very personalized way, very individual way of using language and using pronouns or participle, certain parts of speech in a certain frequency, and that's what it uses. However, I have never seen this for Arabic, and I'd be quite curious if anyone knows about this being used in Arabic, but it should be working for every language. So these are the methods that we are using. However, what is really important here, what I want to put my emphasis on, is that the digital does not replace research. It's often a false impression that's been conveyed because we don't really need to go and look at lots of books in the library to find an answer to a question. We can type it in to a tool, and we have a question very often well researched. But Nevertheless, this answer has once been researched by someone. And what we need with using these methods is the transparency of this information. We need to know the provenance of this information, who researched this, when and how, and what the sources are, which is something that we need definitely in academic research. It expands the possibility of what we can do with our research data. This is for sure. For example, the way we can visualize certain information is giving us the opportunity to perceive the same information in a slightly different way, using the visual, which perhaps relates a bit more to our topic here in some ways. And in particular, AI is extremely dependent on good data, on the accuracy of data, the transparency of data, and the clarity of its provenance. So my background actually comes from my work on the Fihrist, this Fihrist, not that one. Even though it's the Fihrist is an online catalog, a union online catalog for manuscripts from the Islamic world. So far, until now, only from the UK. Not all repositories from the UK. It's a work in progress. It's not complete. And we named it Fihrist because it's a catalog, but also because of the inspiration we had from the Fihrist of Ibn al-Nadim, where I see a lot of parallels in the paradigm of the concept. Really, it's about technology. Ibn al-Nadim wouldn't have been able to write his Fihrist without paper having been commodity at that time already. So the technology of paper was extremely important to this work. It was a work that was unfinished. He created a data model, a classification. So the thought that went into this was very much like the thought that, well, it was also about really conceptualizing this work, using the latest technology, and doing something with it that works for us and that works for generations to come, and which is collaborative and where people can contribute. So it's a data set that relies on traditional research. Some libraries that contribute to it have gone back to the manuscript and described the manuscript in great detail. Not all. Cambridge has worked just from the printed catalogues. It's a project that is still outstanding. But it is a freely available resource, and it's a shame that I can't show it to you live, but if anyone was interested, I'm very happy to do that later. So catalogues are in some ways the backbone of our research. I hope you agree with that. But in order to find heritage materials like manuscripts and libraries, we need catalogues. And catalogues are also a research source in their own rights. And this is something that I've been trying to prove with a project that I've done lately. I'm going to show you what that was. So traditional catalogues, however, were really very much reflecting the interest of the person doing the cataloging and the interest in this kind of material that was concurrent at the time. With the digital, we have new possibilities. We have the potential to bring in various disciplines. We can include art historical research as much as research on book history, on the text itself, perhaps on the biography of the authors within one data set and link it up. And this is really an amazing opportunity. These are some examples of Cambridge University Library catalogues, printed catalogues. And you will see that all of these have been organized in a slightly different way. There are two catalogues that are organized by in alphabetic order by the Arabic alphabet, according to the title of the manuscript. Then some manuscripts didn't have a title or didn't have a title page, and then they're in a different section, and it's really, it takes a while to just find your way around each one of these catalogs. They are by no means very comprehensive or very user-friendly. And when we work with the digital, and especially in Fihrist, we use text encoding for this, a method that is normally more used for textual editions or more working with the text itself. We have reused these methods to create a catalog and a more structured data set, which is very well possible with that method. You see that the information is very clearly structured and is expandable into many more granular aspects. This is what it looks like behind the scene, and this is what I'm working with. I think it's beautiful. It's not calligraphy, but it's still beautiful. And so you can see that, for example, there is a lot of explicit information, what you see in orange. All of this is machine readable, which we don't necessarily see as the end user, but we can work with this information at scale if we have it and if it's well created. This is another example of, I've concentrated on the physical description because this is more about the art of the book, codicology perhaps, slightly closer to the topic of the conference. And you see, again, it varies a lot, and we do not need to disturb the narrative. We do not need to disturb the text itself. It's not all just numbers or lists or spreadsheets. We can maintain this aspect of the description, but we can make machine readable what is essential to particular questions and what is essential for a large data set to be coherent. So here you have another example of where information is encoded and yet another one. And here, for example, here you have an example of linked data built into the text encoding as well from the Getty thesaurus for geographical names. And we can embed a certainty aspect to this. So this manuscript did not have a clear evidence of its place of origin, but the researcher who worked on it, based on his knowledge, assumed with a high certainty that this manuscript has come from the Indian subcontinent. And this certainty level can be embedded into the data and made machine readable. So this is the interface. The interface is only a very small part of the whole thing. And there are various interfaces which use the same data, the same kind of encoding. The data itself is kept and maintained in an open source repository called GitHub, which is accessible to everyone, and all sorts of experiments can be done with the data by anyone who is interested in that kind of work. So it is not locked into a library management system that is only available for people who work in the library and who have access to it. It is open to all, and it is free. So just very quickly, I talked about the experiment I tried to run to check whether the data we are collecting is actually useful, because we are collecting data based on the way data has been collected traditionally from catalogues, and with the new methods we have now, it is interesting to see, is there still interesting data, and what can we actually do with this data? So we tried to look at places of origin, which are a particular mystery in the collections that we have in our libraries, because the manuscripts have traveled a long way. They have come from all over the place through various ways, And very often we can't be sure where these manuscripts have really come from, what was the place of origin. So we were wondering if we are looking at a subset which has quite good descriptions with some place of origin, like the one I showed you before, and we look at certain criteria of all of these manuscripts. Can we extrapolate the missing information based on the similarity of the other criteria? So we chose to look at things like the material. The material is usually paper, so it was not a very interesting criteria after all. We looked at the script type, the language, whether it was decorated, the orientation of the text, lines per page, and the size, which we normalized a little bit. And we saw that, for example, from these three of these manuscripts which didn't have a place of origin, or two, can we extrapolate that these other manuscripts may also be from India, or can we not? So in the end, the answer was just many more questions than answers, really, because it became clear to us that we need a lot more granular information. We need clearer information on paper, for example, and what kind of paper is this manuscript written on, and various other more kind of detailed data on certain aspects, which would probably take us a step further. But it was an experiment that worked. The other experiment was using a different data set, which uses exactly the same methodology, the same standards, which is the Oxford Medieval Catalogue for Western Medieval Manuscripts across Oxford. We work together very much. It's a great collaboration between a group of colleagues from all sorts of different institutions, all using the same method and the same approach and the same standards. And we looked at the co-occurrence of authors within these collections. So manuscripts which have the same co-occurrence of authors. And it was very interesting to see the names that relate the two data sets to each other. And if you imagine, if we can do this with catalogues of other traditions, maybe the Sanskrit or other manuscripts from other cultures, and compare them or compare various aspects of them, we are able to draw a very different picture of these cultures and really see the interculturality and transparency in the kind of transmission of knowledge in very different ways. So I want to leave some time for questions. Where do we take this? My view on this, and this is based on some experience in this field, is that really the nature of digital humanities is collaborative. It can be interdisciplinary. And what is most important is that the digital requires engagement from us. It's not just about consuming. It's about engaging with this technology, with the methods that work for us, creating the tools that we need for our research, because the digital is not self-generative, as it often appears to be. And it can be open. So we need to put in thought and time and work and knowledge, but it's not always a commodity as such. There are a lot of tools out there which are free and open and which can be adjusted and customized. And I think this is a future that is interesting. So I'd like to hear from you what you think. Thank you for your attention. Do questions now or afterwards? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. People who, like, when you talk about miniature from subcontinent, thank you. Are there people who are from subcontinent, art historians from subcontinent who are working with you, who are doing the research on the origin of the
This is a very good question, and thank you for this question, because this is exactly what I was trying to allude to. We have far too little collaboration yet, because I think the idea that digital tools are open and can be collaborative hasn't quite sunken in. It takes a long time for technologies to really be used in the appropriate way. But we have far too little contribution or collaboration with art historians, for example, or conservators. In fact, one of the descriptions I showed you is from a researcher who is working at the Persian collection in Manchester at the moment. And he is a conservator, and he is also a researcher, not an art historian, but he works on text, seals, provenance, and so on. And his contribution was extremely valuable because he could encode, he could basically hard code his information into the data set. And this is exactly what we need. So we need to embellish this and bring in data from your field. I have not talked about images at all. That's a whole new talk, really. But we also have this technology for images and the amalgamation between image and text. But yes, thank you. There was another question here.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. I just had a question about intellectual property, because whenever we talk about the subject of AI and of course, that's gigantic, as you have pointed out. Right? Nobody seems to be able to effectively address this, I would say, very important or really critical issue, right? So that's one aspect. If everyone is going to be using it as a research tool, let's say, not necessarily to replace it, but let's just face it, it's going to become some kind of research tool, right? How do we then protect people's intellectual property in this very open source, tool that everyone's using? The other aspect is, yes, I agree with you, there has to be a kind of collaborative effort in terms of providing information. But again, how is it peer reviewed, right? How does this information get vetted so that it's actually, you're actually pulling from, an effective source? So.
Thank you. This is also a very important question that is really in the air. And my take on this is it's not so much protecting the intellectual property, but it's the system that determines the terms for that. For example, with Fihrist, with the catalog, every new contribution is, there is the reference, the person who has contributed their knowledge is mentioned and is also part of the list of authors, so it's within the authority file. So everybody gets mentioned who contributes something and leaves their footprint, as it were, very clearly. That's why I was talking about transparency of data and data provenance. So where has this data come from? Good data is data where you can see clearly where it has come from. If you can't have this transparency, you cannot rely on the data. And these kind of AI tools, they rely on data that's out there. We don't know where it comes from. But fact is, they also so-called hallucinate, so they make things up, right? And it's very often you get a result which is not comprehensive. It uses great language. It's very good because it's a language model. It's really based on language. It's a bit like some politicians, you know, great at talking, but empty content. It's like that. So, and maybe every one of us has once perhaps tried to talk about something we don't really know enough about. So if we don't understand what we are talking about, no one else will understand what we are talking about. And with AI and language tools, it's a bit similar. Often you get a result which is simply not fully comprehensive. It is not meaningful. And it's only you who can assess this, you who understands the subject. So that's why I was talking about engaging rather than consuming, because we are all here in a position to engage with this tool in a way to create meaningful content. And this is really where it becomes interesting, because like just imagine we had a catalog of that type for all the manuscripts globally that we could search through. It would be an amazing asset for art historians. And the idea is really to get there, to kind of not waste your time with research that has already been done, which you could rather assess or criticize, rather than going back to inventing the wheel. So the idea is using it based on your own expertise. I don't know if that answers your question. I think my time is over. Thank you very much.
شكرا دكتورة ياسمين. السادة الحضور، بنذكركم انكم ممكن تستخدموا سماعات الترجمة لتحقيق أقصى استفادة، ونأكد عليكم تركها على المقاعد بنهاية اليوم إن شاء الله. الآن سنستمر مع الدكتورة سوزانا مولينس من جامعة كيب تاون ومحاضرتها بعنوان ماذا في النسخة؟ المخطوطات الغربية الإفريقية كقطعة فنية. الدكتورة سوزانا هي مؤرخة بارزة وخبيرة في المخطوطات، تتخصص في المخطوطات الإسلامية الإفريقية وتمتلك خلفية في الدراسات الإفريقية والتاريخ الإسلامي، وتركز أبحاثها على الأهمية التاريخية والثقافية والدينية للمخطوطات في المجتمعات الإسلامية الإفريقية، خصوصاً في مناطق مثل غرب أفريقيا والساحل. فلتتفضل.
So thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers, the School of Calligraphy and Ornamentation, for inviting me here today. Thank you very much, and for the organization, but especially for including African manuscripts, African Arabic manuscripts in this conversation, because very often these manuscripts are completely ignored. They're not in the conversations about Arabic calligraphy more widely in the Islamic world. So I really appreciate their vision to invite this, to represent this tradition to the conversation. So thank you very much. I want to just begin by giving you a little bit of a context of the region, because I realize probably you're not very familiar with the region that we're talking about today. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but just for you to understand that the region of West Africa that I'm speaking about are the countries that today encompass the current countries: Mauritania, Mali, Niger, northern Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Senegal. So it's this West African region. Of course, before the advent of colonialism, these weren't the countries that were there. But there is a long history. We have to understand there's a very long history of settlement and states in the region. Of course, one of the key aspects of this is the trans-Saharan trade. I'm sure all of you have heard about this. It was extremely famous. But of course, this is the moment where Islam starts spreading in the region from about the year 1000 AD. And it starts spreading from North Africa. But of course, the way Islam spreads is really through these commercial networks established by the trans-Saharan trade. It was really merchants and men of religion that spread Islam throughout the region. And of course, the first adopters of the religion in these areas were the rulers. So the rulers of the states, such as the state of Mali, the state of Songhai, were really the first adopters. And then there was a whole learned class and merchant class, and eventually Islam started spreading throughout the wider population. So it is very important for us to keep in mind this, this context when we speak about this manuscript culture. So, of course, what is the wider Islamic context? This is, of course, Sunni Islam, Maliki, Madhab, very important to understand the type of works of law that are in the region, and also Tasawwuf is also important in the region. So what are some general features of West African manuscript culture? Of course, like in any other region of the Islamic world, the texts are religious texts, texts of the Islamic sciences, letters, commercial documents, legal documents. Of course, the manuscripts are written in Arabic. This is why they are Arabic manuscripts. But there is also a very strong aspect of multilingualism in the manuscripts, which we speak of Ajami manuscripts, which are African languages written in the Arabic script. Languages such as Hausa, Fulfulde, Wolof, which are written in Arabic characters. These were local languages that did not have their own scripts, so with the coming of Islam, they adopted the Arabic script to write the local languages. So in these manuscripts, we have layers of languages. The majority of the text is written most of the time in Arabic, but you have comments and glosses in local languages. Of course, the so-called Golden Age, what is very famous about this region, is the manuscripts of Timbuktu. Maybe some of you have heard of them before. They became quite prominent in the news. And the Golden Age, for you to have some sense of when the Golden Age of that culture was during the Songhai state, which was from the 1430s until the Moroccan conquest of the region in 1591. But in fact, the majority of the manuscripts that we have extant from the region are from much later periods. From the 18th century onwards, these are the majority of the manuscripts that we have, and we have huge numbers. I mean, no one really knows how many manuscripts are in the region, but it is over at least 500,000 manuscripts. I mean, we're talking about here huge numbers of manuscripts. So now I'm going to go to the actual topic of my paper. So I want to make an argument about the idea of copying. So copying is usually associated with a lack of originality in Western discourses that value the original as a site of creativity, uniqueness, and inventiveness. So a recurrent indictment against the Timbuktu manuscripts is the prevalence of copies in the archive. So usually it has been denigrated as a derivative archive containing only copies of works that were composed elsewhere or multiple copies of the same manuscript. So the Timbuktu manuscripts have been ignored, as I was saying, by so-called serious scholars of the Islamic sciences and Islamic manuscripts in history. Eventually, it was up to historians of Africa to begin to research these manuscripts, even though they were still relegated in mainstream scholarship on Arabic script manuscripts. And for a long time, this lack of in-depth study of the Timbuktu manuscripts relegated the archive as a status of a mere symbol of written culture, but little else. But I would like to argue that copying in the Timbuktu archive needs to be understood as a generative practice, a long-preferred mode of knowledge preservation, transmission, production, and the creation of calligraphic art. So in what follows, I will illustrate these multiple practices of copying by scribes, students, and by scholars, and I will concentrate on four main modes of copying: copying as a preservatory tactic, copying as a knowledge transmission mechanism, copying as a knowledge producing practice, and copying as generative calligraphic art. So the various facets of copying are illuminated in a condensed form in the colophon of a manuscript, which of course you all would know is a note at the end of the manuscript that may give information about the title, the scribe, the place of production, the date of production, the sponsor, the cost of the manuscript, etc. In West African manuscripts, colophons are very common, although the scribes will not always make themselves known and often choose not to disclose their identity. Even though they might record other information such as the date of the copy or the commissioner. Copyists often denigrate themselves to demonstrate their humility with phrases such as sleeps often and prays little. This we find in many manuscripts. While most copyists who record their names are male, there are several examples of female copyists in the Timbuktu manuscript, such as this image that you have here of Khadija Al-Aufi, who copied a collection of poems in a flowing hand, decorating portion of the text in red ink. And one can assume the presence of female copyists among the many unnamed scribes of the Timbuktu manuscripts. Copying as a profession also seems to have been transmitted in families, such that of Alpha Bania, who traditionally serve as imams of the Jingari Bear Mosque in Timbuktu, which is one of the very important mosques of the town. And many of the manuscripts in the collection were copied by Alpha Bania's descendants. The professional scribes, of course, also charge a fee for their labor, and the fee is often recorded in the colophon. The currency exchange varied depending on the time and the region, of course, but it was probably in measurements of gold, which in the region is mithqal, silver, the real, or cowrie shells, which served as a medium of exchange across West Africa until the colonial period. Several scribes could work together on a large commission together, each one copying a few volumes out of the whole, as well as proofreaders who could check the copies and correct any mistakes. An outstanding example of this is this manuscript here, which is located on several colophons from a manuscript copied in Timbuktu in the 1570s, a 28-volume copy of the Mukamfil Lugha, a dictionary compiled by the 11th century Andalusian scholar Ibn Sina. 3 copyists shared the labor of copying and vocalizing volumes 17 to 22, and it seems it took a copyist 23 days to finalize 2 volumes of 177 folios. Each copying received a fee of 1 mithqal of gold, which is equivalent to 4.5 grams of gold, while the proofreader received half as much. A pair of volumes attracted the same fee, a large volume, as a smaller one, and it seems that maybe the amount was a monthly wage for the copyist. Thus, the colophon exemplifies the link between a particular copy of a manuscript, its physical maker, the author, and locates the copy in space and time. In the colophon, copying as a practice is individuated, but it is not the only place in the manuscript where the copyist is made visible. Copying was used actively as a preservatory tactic, as I mentioned. This mode of copying concerns the physical makeup of the manuscripts themselves, and the work of the copyists and scribes aim to counter the natural elements, man-made disasters, or material loss. The Timbuktu manuscripts, and this is a feature that is very different from manuscripts from the rest of the Islamic world, are for the most part written on European paper. So this is not Islamic paper, this is European paper, which was imported to the region through the trans-Saharan trade. And the paper was produced specifically for the West African market, and due to the long distances the paper had to travel, it was a very expensive commodity and was used with care and reused multiple times. The nature of the imported paper which was not necessarily of very high quality, combined with the climatic conditions of the Sahara and the Sahel regions, exacerbated the degradation and damage to the manuscripts, which became easily broken and brittle and decomposed with ease. And West African manuscripts, it is another very unique characteristic, are characterized by their loose leaf format. In other words, they are unbound, so not bound, and kept together with a leather cover and usually inserted in a pouch. The covers were made using stiffening materials ranging from leather and hide to stiffened cloth strips, as well as paperboard made from discarded paper glued together to create a thick board. The manuscripts covers themselves also contain traces of the making and remaking of the manuscripts. The mastara, which was used to create blind ruled lines for the scribes to guide the hand, are often visible. We also see repair work done on the torn pages and evidence of former construction. These characteristics and formats of the manuscripts suggest a manuscript culture acutely aware of loss and destruction as a natural condition. As a counterpoint to the destructive aspects of loss outlined above, copying was used productively as a preservatory tactic, of course, where lost, damaged, or destroyed manuscripts could be replaced, replenished, or remade. A striking example is also illustrated by the manuscript I mentioned before of the Al-Muqam of Ibn Sida. In the colophon to volume 19, the copyist claims that the commissioner of the copy initially hired one Baba bin Abdurrahman and paid him for the job. But after the time, the Baba claimed that his copy of the volume had burnt in a fire that set his hut ablaze. And thus, the owner of the manuscript hired him, Muhammad bin Andud, to complete the copy. And this we find in the colophon of the manuscript. Another salient feature of that colophon is the mention of the copying of the paper for the copy, which was provided by the commissioner to the copyist. So copyists often left small notes on the manuscript to test the kalam and the ink, as not all the paper was of the same quality. The scribes were acutely aware of the transitory nature of their own life compared to the text that they were copying. A common phrase left in the manuscripts after the completion of the copy is, "The copy remains long after its writer." And this is another phrase that we find often in the manuscripts. However, it is also common to encounter short texts, faida, written on the final pages of the manuscript that claim to protect the text from dangers such as floods, insects, or fire. Thus, the copyists and scribes demonstrated an acute awareness of the potential loss and destruction of manuscripts, and their profession represented a remedy to this aspect of loss. The format, so this unbound manuscripts, is intimately linked to their usage, which was in turn premised on their mobility, portability, and exchange. The unbound loose-leaf manuscripts were integral to the transmission and dissemination of knowledge. Sections of the manuscripts could be dispersed for teaching or ritual recitation purposes. They could be exchanged by scholars or distributed among students for copying. Thereafter, some manuscripts would be put together once again. However, perhaps a few folios would go missing in the process. Thus, copies would need to be made and inserted in their place. In this way, disparate folios could be reconstituted into a whole manuscript. And this unstable nature of the manuscript is evidenced by the many composite manuscripts in the Timbuktu archive. And by composite, I'm not speaking about the traditional definition of composite, which means one manuscript containing multiple texts, if they are bound, but in this sense, composite means one manuscript displaying a multitude of hands, script styles, and varieties of paper and decorations. Another consequence of the loose leaf format is the many manuscript fragments present in the Timbuktu collections. The fragments could arise from several reasons. For example, when a manuscript owner would lend a portion of the text for a fellow scholar or student to copy, and then that was never returned, for example. Moreover, the manuscripts and copies were not only exchanged by scholars and students, but the ruling elites would also commission copies for their personal use. For example, a colophon in a copy of the Risala of Ibn Abi Zayd was commissioned by the 7th Askia of the Songhai, Muhammad bin Askia Daud, and so we have many examples like that. So West African manuscripts were part of a scholarly culture renowned for the centrality of their scholars, as opposed to fixed institutions such as madrasas or mosques. So the manuscripts traveled with their owners, who were often mobile, moving from town to town, and were easily dispersed, lost, or damaged. And even in Timbuktu, where certain scholarly lineages were established for a longer period, they still moved from one scholar's house to another, to the house of their students, or to copying centers. So in addition to being a preservatory tactic, copying was a dynamic, knowledge-producing practice and an essential facet of West African manuscript culture. The Quran was the foundational text, of course, that was first copied and recopied to teach basic reading and writing skills to children. This often took place on wooden tablets, lawh, that could be erased and reused as the child progressed to other sections of the Quran. Thereafter, the manuscripts were copied by their students as part of their educational journey. One had to master the great to advance to the next level of the curriculum, and copying and recopying demonstrated a mastery of the cornerstones of each subject. The manuscripts often contain many transmission notes, such as reading notes, that show where a student completed the lesson and with what teacher at what pace. And one example is this example, which is found at the bottom margin of Al-Mubin Mil-Mukhtasar, which reads, the note in the margin reads, "I read this poem from my teacher who heard it from Ahmad Baba, who died in 1627 and is one of the great known scholars of Timbuktu." So there's a correlation between also manuscript layout and specific types of annotations. Layout and phases of education, which indicate that some of the annotated manuscripts originate from teacher to student interaction and some from personal use by advanced scholars. So once a student had graduated to the level of the scholar, one could begin to copy works by adding one's own commentary or a commentary on one of the great commentaries and definitions and explications in local languages, for example, or applications of these concepts into local contexts. And here we have some examples of a dictionary and some definitions of words in Songhai. And another example, which is very widespread in the region, is the commentary on poetry, which was preceded by the harf tafsirin, which you find in the first page, and then you have the poem itself. And in this case, the commentary of the poem often outstrips the actual poem in terms of the layout and the length. One of the scholars of Timbuktu, of the current scholars of Timbuktu, Sheikh Hamou, has composed a guide to the signs and the markings of the copyist. And this points to a writing culture that developed a shared practices and symbols that revealed skill and authority. And this tradition of transmission does not equal, what is important to understand, it does not equal mere repetition of past learning, but also includes an element of transition, whereby the achievements of scholars of the past are interpreted anew by the new generations. And finally, I want to look at copying as a generative calligraphic art, the artistic expression of copying. So this tradition is best illuminated by local copies of the Quran and other manuscripts. Unfortunately, the studies of West African script styles suffered from similar biases to those of West African manuscripts more generally. Usually, even today, the generic appellation of Maghribi or Sudani for these types of scripts is used to subsume several unique and distinctive regional styles. So the study of these scripts has been greatly advanced by a taxonomy developed by local West African scholars and then further developed by academics such as Mauro Nobili and Andrea Brigaglia. So these regional scripts, such as the Sahrawi, Suki, Barnawi, Kanawi, demonstrate an enormous variation. For example, the manuscript you have here in Sahrawi seldom presents perpendicular junctions between the vertical and the horizontal strokes, and the strokes are often very thick that it's almost impossible to distinguish the letters ba, ta, tha, and the medial nun, and ya, and so on and so forth. The manuscript on this side, the Suki, is written, very defined sets of lines, the ideal baseline, the perpendicular strokes, and some letters which are at more acute angles. So we find great variation. And then, of course, going back to this, we find in Central Sudanic scripts, such as this one here, the Barnawi and the Kanawi, the horizontal dimension is emphasized to the detriment of vertical one, and it's characterized by letters that are often squat and display short strokes beyond the baseline and are overall of the same height. So while the question of script styles has recently deserved notice, very little attention has been paid to an aesthetic analysis of West African calligraphic and ornamentation motifs, except for a few studies of Quranic boards, the Lawh, and the distinctive Quranic tradition of northern Nigeria. This is an area of research that deserves further study and on which I'm currently focusing through an analysis of a corpus of West African copies of the Moroccan scholar Al-Jazuli's, the Dalail al-Khairat. Why the Dalail al-Khairat? Well, few texts are more ubiquitous in manuscript collections and libraries throughout the Islamic world than this devotional text, and it has, of course, often been overlooked by scholars. It seems that the Dalail al-Khairat circulated in North Africa and West Africa before it became very popular in the Islamic East, and is a text that is often mentioned by West African scholars and is found in all West African collections. It is as popular in the past as it is in the present and exhibits similar characteristics to copies of the Quran with frames, illuminated opening pages, discs between the prayer lines, and kept in ornamented boxes or satchels. And of course, there is the notable addition of the unique illustrations of the Rawdat al-Mubarakah and sometimes the holy cities of Makkah and Medina, for which the work is known. So I contend that the corpus of West African Dalail copies sheds light on regional and localized textual and visual sensibilities, as well as local processes of manuscript production. Thus, focusing on copies of this ignored devotional text highlights some of the originalities of West African manuscript culture. So I just want to show you now some of these calligraphic features for us to look at it in some detail. So in general, we find that they display similar patterns to the Maghribi Moroccan copies of the Dalail al-Khairat in terms of the division and some of the illustration. However, it is very clear that they reflect localized visual sensibilities in terms of the patterns, the motifs, and the scripts. And this raises a whole number of questions. So what was the relation between the copyists and the illuminators? Is it the same people? Did it run in families? Not only the copyists and the illuminators, but also the producers of the leather satchels. So we will see this in more example. I mean, this is a copy. One of the problems we have when studying these manuscripts is that we have very few dated manuscripts in the region. However, this one, which is found in the Danish collection, was copied before 1785. Why do we know that? Not because of the colophon, because it entered the collection of the particular collector from there, so then we know that it had to be produced before then. So we can really see the motifs in terms of the illuminations. The Medina double image is based on the Moroccan double image of the tombs and the mimbar, but a completely unique type of composition that you cannot find elsewhere. And if you look at the cover, just pay attention to the patterns on the leather cover and how similar they are, in fact, to the patterns of the illumination. So for us that have so little information, these are really clues into who could these people be. Did it run in families? Could they possibly be related? Some of the families had the leather workers, and others were the illuminators, and others the copyists. Those are all possibilities. Another dated, so I'm trying to show you some of the dated copies so that you can understand. This is produced in the 19th century. This, we can really see this idea of the illuminated so-called Maghribi Thuluth with a bubble-like contour that was quite popular in Moroccan copies in a certain period. And we find similar patterns. However, of course, the pigmentation, the colors, the inks are very unique to the region because, of course, they are produced according to local recipes. And here, in this case, we find the very classical, in a way, double image of Medina with the mimbar and the lamp, and of course of the tombs, which of course represent the tomb of the Prophet ﷺ, of Abu Bakr and Umar. But in addition, you find schematic representations of the mosques of Makkah and Medina, which this became very popular in the Islamic East. Of course, in Ottoman manuscripts, it becomes very popular. But in those regions, we see the use of perspective and so on. In this region, we see a very different type of stylization. And here you can really see in more detail the use of the script, the sort of vegetable motifs of the visions, the medallions, and so on, in some more detail. But I also wanted to show you some other manuscripts of the Dala'il al-Khairat that are not necessarily very beautifully illuminated or very beautifully decorated. And this really poses questions about the uses of the manuscript. So sometimes the manuscript was used for certain uses, others for purely recitation purposes. So sometimes in one collection, you find a beautifully illuminated manuscript and a more simple one that served different purposes. However, this collection, which is the collection from Segu, which we also, because they are not dated, but because they entered the collection at the Bibliothèque Nationale before 1890, we know they date at least from that period. What is unique about this collection is that the Dala'il al-Khairat is usually divided either in halves or thirds or fourths in terms of their recitation, or sometimes in later periods it was divided in 8 parts, for a recitation for every day of the week and twice repeated on Monday. But in this manuscript, we find both divisions at the same time, which is quite unique. We have the division in quarters, but also if you see here, it says Yom al-Thalatha, so it was the day of the week. So in the same manuscript, we find the multiple divisions, which is something quite unique. In the same collection, even though this is a very simple manuscript, it was still simply illustrated with a double Medina image. But at the same time, in the same collection, we find another manuscript that has a very unique illustration, which is, it's not very clear from the digitized copy, but it's the double Medina image in one. So not in 2 separate folios, which is usually the standard, but put together in one, in this image with the tombs on the top and the mimbar in the bottom. And then, in terms of the illumination and the ornamentation, we see a whole range of illumination and ornamentation, from strictly geometric-based designs to more based in architectural motifs, to carpet, to figurative, and even floral vegetative motifs. And as I mentioned before, these are replicated in the leather covers very often, and they're found in both illustrated and unillustrated manuscripts. So the ones with a Medina image and some that don't have any Medina image. So again, this poses questions in terms of the usage and the question of production. So I just want to show you a few more. For example, this one is quite interesting because it has a very unusual round border format. This is quite unique, this idea of a round border format. we find that very rarely in manuscripts, so that was something quite different. And this one was a beautifully, another copy that I found, which I found remarkable, the double image, but again, the replication of the patterns in the lever cover. So those are the little hints, because we have so little information, that help us as researchers try to find some clues in terms of who were these copies, who were the illuminators, who were the researchers. And I just wanted to show you, just almost to finish, I'm almost done, some of these this is a unique copy, because the separation, the dividers contain unique headings in terms of the calligraphy. I mean, look at that. I mean, here we have the double image, the tombs and the mimbar, but then look at this image here. Completely different. I still have to really get into the detail in terms of the interpretation, but look at these divisions, look at the calligraphic patterns. This is quite unique and not found elsewhere in terms of the manuscripts that we have. And finally, I wanted to end with these images. Also look at the colors. Of course, we have to be very cognizant of the question of paper. The question of paper is extremely important in our region. We know, as I explained before, it's all European-made paper. It was handmade paper before the 1850s. From about the 1850s, and this is why I explained it was so rare and so used with such care. But from the 1850s, we find the market is flooded with machine-made paper. And that is why there's such an explosion of manuscripts from about the 1850s onwards. But the quality of the machine-made paper is much worse. And then we see what happens with the ink, and so on. But this manuscript is also quite interesting because we see in this instance an empty space. So this really, we see that the writing came first, right? We have some of the illumination. So what happened here? Does the illustrator come after the calligrapher? Thus, in terms of what is the way these manuscripts were produced, this gives us a hint. So we can see here, this is fully finished in subsections, but here we're missing some of the illumination. So this really gives us some of the clues. So just to end, I just wanted to say that copying has to be seen as a generative, preservatory, and knowledge-producing mode, needs to be understood as constitutive of the Timbuktu archive. And integrating copying into the nature of the archive goes against the classic European understanding of archive codified in the 19th century, which persists in many quarters. And according to this notion, archival items are emballed material, usually original documents produced at a particular point in time and offering archival testimony of the time. And they are often preserved then in the present, so goes the narrative, in their original form or as close as possible. However, the practices of copying that I have outlined for you illustrate a tradition of reproduction that is ultimately about transformation and change, demonstrating that records ultimately change through the act of reproducing them. Thus, copying in the Timbuktu archive underscores the making and shaping of manuscripts, sources, and archives, and shattering the illusion of permanence, immutability, and the meanings of originality in form and content of archives. Thank you very much. So, any questions from anyone?
We have about 8 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you for this presentation. It has been valuable information. I would like to ask, since you mentioned the effect of the trade with the Northern Africa, which affected actually the West Africa to be writing in the Arabic letters, but what about the effect of East Africa? Because as we know, there is a connection between especially the tribes coming from the East to West. And that area have been very active in terms of trade. So my question is, what is the effect of the east side to the west side in terms of the calligraphy and ornamentation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's a wonderful question. So, I mean, the East Africa has a whole other tradition of manuscript culture. The East African coast, the Swahili coast in particular, from Ethiopia to Tanzania to Kenya and even down to Mozambique, that whole coast has its own unique tradition of manuscript production. And those areas are more linked to Indian Ocean trades and networks. So we find the connections with Hadramaut, with Yemen, with Oman, and to the East African. So if you look at the manuscripts from this region, they're very different from the West African manuscripts. They are much more influenced by these East African trends, India and so on, you know, it's another world. But your point about the contact between East and West Africa is actually very important because we have evidence, for example, the Fulfulde are groups that settled from Senegal to Mali to Sudan. And so they also, this East and West flow throughout the Sahara, from Chad to Sudan, has been very little studied. And I have a colleague that's working on manuscript from Chad who's doing very interesting research, really understanding this other flow, understanding this East to West. But the problem with our region is that it's very understudied. So all of this is still to be researched, still to be explored. So wonderful question.
Asking a question again, but thanks a lot. It was such an interesting presentation, and I know that you were focusing on the textual illuminated manuscripts, but because I've been studying Safavid, which is 14th century, Ottoman, which is 15th century, and Mughal, Indo-Persian, which is 16th century, kind of secular figurative illuminated manuscripts. So my question is, one, that we see the tradition of copying in all those, all those figurative manuscripts as well, and it's kind of an ideology of copying your master. And in that, you know, the artists will copy the same trees, the same figures again and again with new compositions. So I can see where this tradition of copying is coming from, but I wanted to ask, do you see any secular figurative illuminated manuscripts from the area? Or
any, sorry?
Figurative?
Figurative.
Yeah. Is there any tradition there? No.
So, no. I mean, this is very difficult to find. I've seen very limited figurative tradition. There's one manuscript copy of the Dalal al-Khairat from West Africa, but it is a early 20th century copy that has figurative elements. But I think what one can really see is a very symbolic type of illumination and patterns in here, which are more similar to Maghribi style ones than other figurative traditions coming further east. But it's still, you know, I can't say I've looked at everything, and, you know, there's things we could find and explore that we haven't found yet. So hopefully more research will be done and will be better answer to your question.
Oh, we don't have time, I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right, we'll have time for one more question, please.
Okay. It says 4 minutes in my time here. I have 4 minutes and 52 seconds.
Hi, thank you very much. This is a short question. You mentioned the golden age. I was wondering, how was the status of the people who were writing or copying in comparison to when we talk about Ottoman, where it was magnificent and there was a lot of care from the ruling authorities. How was it in West Africa? Can you put us there at that time, specifically at the golden age you mentioned?
Okay. Thank you. That's also a good question. Well, you know, our sources are limited to understand these types of questions, but from what we can see in like the colophon that I showed you in terms of the payment they received, that is a lot of money for the time in terms of gold in terms of the payment they received. So from that, we can see that their status was quite high. As I mentioned, at that time, the majority of the population was not necessarily Islamized. So it was an elite group that was very close to the ruling elites and to the merchant elites. And in fact, there's been a lot of debates about why made Timbuktu itself such an important and center at this golden age period. And in fact, it's because of this merchant network that was based in Timbuktu. They call it, the place where the canoe and the desert meet. So it was a center, but also the ruling elites left the control of the town to the religious scholars. And in a sense, this independence from the ruling elites and the power struggles of the greater empire allowed this culture to flourish. And the role of the copyists, from what we can see from the historical chronicles, was quite prominent in terms of the respect in the society. But more details is difficult historically to give.
Feature, the very specific feature of sub-Saharan manuscripts, which is unbound in vouchers. And what is the most plausible explanation for that, considering that the tradition comes from an area where manuscripts are bound?
Yeah, so I mean, this is an interesting question. I have a colleague of mine, Dmitry Bondarev at the University of Hamburg, who recently wrote an article trying to find the origins. So he postulated that, in fact, in central Islamic lands, such as Uzbekistan and other areas, there were some unbound manuscripts, and maybe they reached the region. But I'm more interested in, that's why I emphasize the usage of the manuscripts. It became an integral part of the manuscript culture. One has to understand this is a place where paper was very scarce. If you're going to have a bound manuscript, you are limited in terms of what you can do with this manuscript. If you have a loose leaf manuscript that you can spread, you can give to everyone, many more people have access to this manuscript. So it became integral to the way the manuscripts were used. If one sees scholarly circles, even today in Timbuktu, you see a group of people sitting on the floor. One manuscript is brought out. It is divided in many sections. Everyone takes a section. They can read, they can recite. You have an interpreter who interprets the scholar into the local languages. Then someone is making notes, and then you're finished with a session, and this manuscript is put together again. So these practices are still alive today, but one has to understand, I think, the nature of the unbound manuscript with its usage. So maybe where it originated, it's possible there was a practice elsewhere, but it became part of the integral nature of the manuscript culture because of this scarcity of paper. And that is my theory, I mean, at least, yeah. All right, well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
شكرا للدكتورة سوزانا على المحاضرة القيمة. والآن ستستمر جلساتنا مع السيدة علياء رفعة من بيت الفن ونقاشها حول مستقبل الخط في العالم الرقمي والمجتمعات الرقمية، تأملات من بيت الفن. السيدة علياء هي فنانة موهوبة ومعلمة مميزة، تجمع أعمالها بشكل أنيق بين التقاليد الكلاسيكية للفن الإسلامي والتفسيرات الحديثة. تفضل.
Assalamu alaikum, can you hear me okay? So, hello. I'd first like to begin by expressing my heartfelt thanks to the School of Calligraphy and Ornamentation for organising this wonderful gathering. I'm especially grateful to the incredible work of Dr. Esra Al-Haman, Dr. Khalid Al-Yami for their exceptional efforts in making this event possible, allowing us the opportunity to connect and engage in these valuable discussions. And thank you so much to all of the previous speakers who've given us so much to think about. So my name is Alia Rafiatullah, and I am the founder of Beit Al Fun. Today, I will be talking about the future of calligraphy in digital spaces and communities. So Beit Al-Fun is Arabic for art house. We are a global home for everyone, Muslim and non-Muslim, to explore the past, present, and future of Islamic art and culture. Arabic calligraphy is much more than just beautiful lettering. It's a profound art form deeply rooted in Islamic culture, intertwining aesthetics with spirituality. This presentation will explore the transformative journey of Arabic and Islamic calligraphy within digital spaces and the role of Beit Al-Fun in leading this renaissance. We will start by looking at tradition meets technology, a new era for calligraphy. We will then go on to explore the broader implications of the democratization of art through digital spacings, shifting public attention from traditional art institutions to alternative cultural spaces like Beit Al-Fun. We will look at building communities through digital platforms with a focus on social media and online events, a space for innovation and preservation, which explores our publication Beit Al-Fun Quarterly. We will look at the significance of the Arabic language in preserving the calligraphy tradition, and we will conclude by looking to the future of Arabic calligraphy. Calligraphy, especially in its Arabic form, has historically been a deeply respected art linked to the Quran, sacred texts, manuscripts, and architectural ornamentation. For centuries, its practice was limited to master calligraphers who honed their craft through long apprenticeships and transmitted their knowledge through an apprentice model. However, the rise of digital technologies and online platforms evolve in ways previously unimaginable. Beit Al-Fun stands at the forefront of this shift, providing both a bridge to the art's traditional roots and a platform for its contemporary and digital manifestations. Oh, how do I go back? Here we go. Sorry, can someone help me play this? It's not. Thank you. So we watched a time-lapse video by the talented artist Hatem Arafa showing how digital tools help artists easily share their creative process. By using digital media, artists have complete control over how their work is shown and understood. Marshall McLuhan, the renowned Canadian Fihrist, once said, "The medium is the message," meaning the way something is delivered is just as important as the message itself. This concept emphasizes that how we experience art influences how we interpret it. Calligraphy carries meaning, but when shared through digital platforms, it opens up new ways to connect and interpret. In today's world, where we're more digitally connected than ever, Arabic calligraphy plays a vital role in building both local and global connections, linking us to heritage and to each other in ways that transcend borders. In this digital age and with the rise of globalization, cultures are intersecting like never before, allowing the development of fresh, innovative styles in Arabic calligraphy. Artists are transforming this traditional art form through exciting mediums from calligraphy to digital typography, reimagining what Arabic calligraphy can be. Take Calligraphy, for example, the artist you just saw in the video. He is a very talented artist known for his performance calligraphy in the contemporary calligraphy style. Originally a graphic designer, Calligraphy has evolved his typography skills from the digital realm to bold new expressions in the written word. This particular video, where he was creating calligraphy on a Bentley, went viral on social media, amassing 1.7 million likes and generating hundreds of millions of impressions. It was countlessly shared. This shows the immense power of calligraphy to engage global audience and spark conversations and ignite inspiration. Even if those audiences don't understand Arabic, the art form transcends language, capturing hearts through its beauty, and the digital world amplifies its reach, revealing limitless opportunities to engage new audiences. The journey. Beit al-Fun, which means art house in Arabic, is a space for everyone, Muslim and non-Muslim alike, to come together and explore the past, present, and future of Islamic art. At the heart of our mission is a deep commitment to preserving the rich cultural heritage of Islamic art, while also pushing boundaries to explore its future in the digital age. We believe in bridging tradition with innovation. Through social media, virtual exhibitions, online workshops, and a range of digital tools, Beit al-Fun has democratized access to Islamic art, including Arabic calligraphy, making it affordable, accessible, and available to a global audience. Our goal is to create a space where this art form thrives, inspiring new generations and reaching communities worldwide. So at Beit al-Fun, we have embraced a digital-first approach, recognizing the incredible opportunity to connect with a global audience and share the richness of Islamic art and culture through online platforms. This shift is driven by how our world is evolving. Most of us now live and interact in digital spaces. To give you some perspective, by July 2024, there were 5.17 billion social media users globally. That's 63.7% of the world's population. And 95% of internet users are engaging with social media every single day. Looking ahead, digital media isn't just growing, it's transforming into one of the most competitive and exciting fields. The barriers to entry are low, making it a prime space for new ventures, which are expected to rise steadily through 2025. For Beit al-Fun, this digital landscape is full of possibility, and we're positioned to lead in creating deeper connections and wider access to Islamic art and culture in this ever-expanded space. So why did we create Beit al-Fun? After spending over a decade working in museums and galleries across the UK and with a background in museology and art history, I developed a passion for the representation of Islamic art and Muslim culture within art institutions. I observed that Islamic art was often presented as a relic of the past, disconnected from its rich historical and spiritual roots, and very little or no reference to the contemporary. Additionally, many people face barriers to accessing museums and art institutions for various reasons, be it geographic location, economic constraints, or accessibility issues due to disabilities or caregiving responsibilities. This raises an important question. How can these individuals engage with art and culture that resonates with them, inspires them, and reflects their heritage? It became clear to me that there was a need for an independent space to reclaim these narratives and enhance access to art. The incredible talent within the Islamic art community needed to be showcased more widely. So with a small group of like-minded individuals, we launched Beit Al-Fun in November 2021, starting as an experiment with no expectations. Remarkably, we developed Beit Al-Fun entirely out of passion and dedication with no external funding. It's the generosity of the Islamic art community who have shared their expertise in art with us that has fueled our growth and success, and we're truly thankful to them. Over the past 3 years, we've grown into a thriving global digital community united by our shared love for Islamic art and culture. And I'm deeply grateful for the contributions of every artist and creative and expert who has joined us on this journey. Together, we are not just showcasing art, we are forging connections and celebrating creativity across borders. So this is our very small team. There's me, who is based in Dubai, Hiba Al-Shehi, who is also based in Dubai, Ruki Badran, who is based in Wales, and Steve Devine, who is based in Manchester. The possibilities for growth and evolution of calligraphy are expanding, and at Beit Al-Fun we are part of that by using digital platforms like beitalfun.com to share Arabic calligraphy with a global audience. One of the most exciting aspects of today's cultural landscape is the democratization of art through digital platforms. For a long time, traditional art institutions like museums, galleries, and academies have acted as gatekeepers of cultural heritage, deciding which works are preserved, displayed, and celebrated. While these institutions still play a vital role, they no longer hold a monopoly in art and culture. Beit Al-Fun is proud to fill this gap by creating an inclusive digital global community that celebrates calligraphy and other forms of Islamic art. Through social media and beitalfun.com, we reach a wide and diverse audience, breaking down geographic, economic, and social barriers. This inclusive approach empowers people from all walks of life, whether they are art enthusiasts, scholars, or casual observers, to engage with Arabic calligraphy and Islamic art in ways that resonate with them personally. In doing so, we have established ourselves as a leading voice in the arts and cultural landscape, using the digital space to empower individuals to participate in the preservation and evolution of their cultural heritage. Together, we are not just witnessing change, we are actively shaping the future of art and culture. Beit Al-Fun's success in creating a global community around calligraphy lies in our use of digital platforms. Social media has played a particularly important role in this effort, allowing us to reach a wide and diverse audience. Platforms such as Instagram and X enable us to share artworks, host discussions, and promote events, while connecting individuals who might otherwise be isolated by geography or circumstance. These platforms have also made calligraphy more accessible to a younger generation who may not have had exposure to the art form in education or cultural settings. In the past 3 years, we amassed well over 500,000 followers across social media, with millions of impressions sharing Islamic art far and wide across the globe. However, unfortunately, our Instagram account was hacked 2 weeks ago, just when we were celebrating reaching 395,000 followers. While this setback has temporarily reduced our digital reach, I'm delighted to share that we are back on the platform as of yesterday. Instagram has also verified our account, which not only protects our presence on Instagram moving forward, but also further legitimizes the work Beit Al-Fun is doing. This experience has been a valuable learning journey as we navigate the complexities of growing communities in the digital landscape, but we have full confidence that our community on Instagram will return stronger than ever. For us, every challenge brings new opportunities, creating a cycle of learning and growth. In addition to social media, Beit Al-Fun has developed a range of digital initiatives designed to engage calligraphy enthusiasts and artists from around the globe. Virtual workshops and artist talks, for example, provide our community with the opportunity to learn from master calligraphers regardless of their location. These online events offer both beginners and experienced practitioners a chance to hear from experienced artists. Our events are really a celebration of community and a chance to have conversations. By making these online events affordable and accessible, we have managed to reach a wide audience across the world and have people from all over the globe join, from Japan to Canada to Spain to Egypt to Germany and beyond. So here you can see some feedback from our audience and members. We received numerous testimonials and messages of gratitude from our community, which inspires us and reinforces the value of the connections that the digital space brings. Each piece of feedback reminds us of the impact we're making together and fuels our passion for promoting Islamic art and culture. Beethoven has a truly global audience with an average of 60,000 to 100,000 unique visitors to our website, beethoven.com, each month. Our reach extends across 205 countries, showing just how worldwide our community is. From Armenia to Guatemala, to Bermuda, to Madagascar, to Tanzania, to Panama, to Jamaica, our audience is truly global. At Beethoven, our goal is to offer space to imagine the future of Islamic art and the possibilities for Arabic calligraphy. One way we do this is by creating collaborations between artists. Our May event program and our October event program particularly focused on the art of the word. This is a great example where we bring calligraphy artists together to share their work, spark new conversations, and collaborate. Our print and digital publication, Beethoven Quarterly, reflects our mission perfectly. Our latest issue, The Art of the Word, features over 40 contemporary and traditional calligraphy artists showing how alive and important calligraphy is today. Featuring both established and emerging artists, The Art of the Word not only highlights the diversity of styles within the Arabic calligraphy tradition, but also creates a sense of global community among artists and enthusiasts. The publication bridges the gap between past and present, tradition and innovation, offering readers a comprehensive view of the current state of calligraphy while also inspiring future directions for the art form. In Beethoven Quarterly, it is important for us to give voice to artists to speak authentically about their work. That's why we adopt an artist-led approach to curating the publication, allowing artists to shape the content instead of us dictating it. This empowers artists to share their unique perspectives and stories, creating a richer and more genuine connection between their art and our audience. By amplifying their voices, we celebrate the diversity of experiences and ideas within the Islamic art community. So here is a list of artists featured in the Art of the Word, highlighting the rich variety of artists included, from new voices and emerging. That was a video created by Hamad Heder, who's one of the artists featured in the publication. And I'd just like to say all of the artists' works that you've seen in this presentation, each one of them is featured in the publication. It was important that we spotlighted those artists in particular. So as you can see, we've got a real diverse group of artists, and it's amazing to be able to celebrate their work. Just another note, we do, as I said, we do adopt a digital first perspective at Beethoven, and we would like to offer everyone a free digital version of Beethoven Quarterly. So if you would like that, please do get in touch and I can send it over to you. I've also got some printed copies if you'd like to have a look at the printed limited edition version. At Beethoven, we celebrate the rich diversity of Muslim culture, and Arabic calligraphy is a perfect example of this. From Japan to Indonesia, the UK, and beyond, we explore the various cultural expressions of each Arabic calligraphy through the art of the word. Each piece tells a unique story, showcasing how this beautiful art form connects us across different cultures and regions. So we'll just have a look at a unique expression of cultural diversity through the medium of Arabic calligraphy. And I could have shared loads of these, shared lots of different kinds of styles, but we're limited to time, so I can only share one. So this is Imam Saleh Yujinzu, an exceptional artist from Gansu, China. His dedication to Arabic calligraphy, particularly in the Chinese Sinai script, has earned him admission to the China National Association of Calligraphers and Painters, the highest authority in the Chinese art world, and he's also featured in Bates Alphan Quarterly. So Arabic is much more than just a way to communicate. It is a language filled with deep poetry, philosophy, and spirituality. With a rich literary history spanning centuries, Arabic conveys Islamic thought, cultural identity, and is the foundation of the sacred text of the Quran. As the language of Islamic calligraphy, Arabic plays a key role in the artistic and spiritual history of the Muslim world. At Beethoven, we understand that to truly appreciate the beauty of Islamic calligraphy, you need to engage with the richness of the Arabic language itself. Preserving Arabic is essential not only for its literary and religious heritage, but also for maintaining the tradition of Islamic calligraphy, which beautifully blends language and visual art. Language preservation is not just about safeguarding words, it is about protecting a way of thinking, a worldview, and a sense of identity. Beethoven highlights the importance of maintaining this link between language and art, ensuring that the Arabic language continues to shape the artistic and intellectual world. So from October 2023 to December 2023, Beethoven was commissioned to deliver a series of online workshops to UNESCO staff all over the world, educating them on Arab culture. This included the Arabic language and Arabic calligraphy. We were also invited to attend the UNESCO headquarters in Paris for Arabic Language Day to deliver the Arabic language and calligraphy workshop in person to UNESCO staff. This highlights our commitment to preserving the Arabic language and its related art forms, ensuring they continue to thrive and inspire future generations. It's moments like these that highlight the importance of our work and the impact we can have in the global community. So at Beethoven, collaboration is at the heart of everything we do. We believe it's our greatest strength in building a vibrant community. Right now, we're thrilled to partner with the William Morris Gallery in the UK for their groundbreaking exhibition, William Morris and Art from the Islamic World. As part of this exciting collaboration, the William Morris Gallery has sponsored a limited edition issue of Beethoven Quarterly. This specially curated publication features the work of 20 incredible women artists, all inspired by Islamic tradition as they respond to Morris's work and the role of women in the arts and craft movement. You'll be able to find this publication both online and in the gallery throughout the exhibition and beyond, allowing visitors to engage with the talents of these remarkable women.
But that's not all. We're also partnering with the gallery to deliver a series of online workshops, artist talks, and creating a digital exhibition on our website, providing a global access to this exhibition, which is the first of its kind. And in February, inshallah, we're hosting a full takeover of the William Morris Gallery. This is a fantastic opportunity to celebrate and highlight the amazing women artists making waves in the Islamic art community and introduce the works of William Morris to a new audience. We recognize that the contributions of women in art are often overlooked, so it was essential for us to shine a light on their incredible work. We're immensely grateful to the William Morris Gallery for sponsoring this initiative and collaborating with us to bring Islamic art to wider audiences. This partnership truly exemplifies our commitment to fostering connections and enriching the Islamic art community, showcasing how the digital space can create limitless opportunities for engagement. If you would like to know more about our partnerships and working with us, please do have a chat with me over the next 2 days. So as we near the conclusion of this presentation, I would like to take a moment to highlight one of the most significant contemporary Arabic calligraphers of our time, Al-Said. His work not only celebrates the beauty of the Arabic language, but also embodies a deep commitment to community, an ethos that strongly resonates with us at Beit Al-Fan and our mission in the digital space. Al-Said masterfully connects communities through his innovative fusion of Arabic calligraphy and street art. His large-scale murals, often displayed in public spaces, serve as powerful symbols of unity, aiming to bridge cultural divides. By employing calligraphy to convey uplifting messages of hope, tolerance, and understanding, Al-Said invites individuals from diverse backgrounds to come together and reflect on shared human values. His art has graced cities across the globe, transcending language barriers and providing a visual language that resonates with universal human experiences. Through his creative expression, Al-Said challenges stereotypes and celebrates the richness of diversity, reminding us of the power of art to create connection and inspire dialogue. As we move forward at Beit Al-Fan, we are inspired by his example and remain dedicated to cultivating a community that honors the beauty and significance of Islamic art and Arabic calligraphy. Some powerful words from Al-Said there. We are going to be hosting an online conversation with him on the 18th of November, which is the UNESCO Day for Islamic Art. And we'll be discussing his unique approach to Arabic calligraphy and how art can help bring people together. Now more than ever, we need to have a positive message of love and unity and hope. We look forward to welcoming you all, hopefully to that online conversation and sharing details of how to register soon. It is free, so if you would like to attend, please do have a chat with me so I can ensure you are registered. So that's how you can get in touch. And thank you so very much for listening to me and giving me space to share the work we do at Beit Al-Fan and the thoughts on the possibilities of art in digital spaces. Once again, a huge thank you to the School of Calligraphy and Ornamentation. Thank you. I don't know if we have time for questions.
طيب معلش هتحدث باللغة العربية إذا لا ترجمة. طيب يمكن الخط العربي اكتسب أهميته من كونه أنه عملية إبداعية تكتسب فيها الحروف يعني الكثير من الجماليات المعبرة، وتتجلى حقيقة يتجلى الإبداع في الخط العربي في استخدام الخطاط للريشة والقلم. يمكن دي هذه جانب فيها جانب إبداعي كبير جدا جدا. لكن دخول التكنولوجيا الآن ودخول فيما يسمى بالخطوط الطباعية يمكن أثر تأثير بالغ على فن الخط. فهل يؤثر أو يهدد الذكاء الاصطناعي الإبداع البشري في فن الخط العربي؟ شكرا جزيلا. طيب سؤال مرة ثانية. كلا فن الخط اكتسب أهمية من كونه عملية إبداعية، والعملية الإبداعية تأتي من خلال استخدام الخطاط للريشة والقلم. يمكن هذه من الأشياء المهمة جدا جدا. لكن ظهرت الآن التكنولوجيا، وظهر الحاسب الآلي والذكاء الاصطناعي. يمكن هذا أثر تأثير، وصار الكل يستخدم ما يسمى بالخطوط الطباعية. سؤالي، هل يهدد الذكاء الاصطناعي الإبداع البشري في فن الخط العربي؟ شكرا جزيلا.
That's a really interesting question. Thank you. I think AI is a threat in general to the arts and the wider world. We don't know what's coming next, really. But I definitely think in terms of Arabic calligraphy, there's always going to be that tradition of having the master and the apprentice, because really calligraphers traditionally need to have that baseline of knowledge. For example, so this work is by Sasan Nassernia on the front cover here, and you can see it's a very contemporary manifestation of Arabic calligraphy. He's a traditionally trained calligraphy artist, but he's been able to use those skills to create a new style of work. So I don't really think it's a threat, because there are opportunities for us to utilize this technology in interesting ways. The pen will always be the core of Arabic calligraphy, and I don't think that that's ever going to change. Like, the word is, the beauty of the spoken word, the beauty of poetry, the pen is essential to that. So yeah, that's my answer. Great.
Thank you very much for your talk, and
Sorry.
congratulations for the amazing work that you have done in a very short amount of time. So I was very interested by when you talk about the democratization of calligraphy, because this is a little bit delicate. We know that when something becomes widely available, it can be dumbed down very easily. And I'm wondering whether this is part of your conversation internally. Like, how do you preserve the integrity of an art form without dumbing it down? Or do you have a set of benchmarks? How do you decide which artists are collaborating with you? I see many different levels. As you mentioned, you have well-established artists, and then you have emerging artists. Some of these emerging artists are not necessarily so qualified, I would say, from a professional point of view. So I'm just wondering, how do you deal with these questions, and whether this is part of your internal debate as an organization?
Thank you for the question. I think that's a really interesting.
I would appreciate it if we can have the answer in 2 minutes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll answer you later. So thank you so very much. Oh, do we have time?
Oh, we have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think that's a really interesting question. And, there's something I always think about with popular culture. If something is popular, for some reason, there's a perspective that it's dumbed down. Whereas, I think the beauty of Islamic art and Arabic calligraphy is it transcends borders, it transcends cultures, it opens so many hearts. So to see that popularity is really inspiring. And I think in terms of how do we benchmark, like that's quite a difficult question, because what some might perceive art's subjective, what some might perceive is not very good, some people might absolutely love it. And I think that's really important to take that into consideration. I do think institutionally there has been a historic snobbery of choosing what is deemed as appropriate by the curators, by the people who are in control of those spaces. And that's what I really love about the democratization of art, because who's to say that something that's popular is any less good than something that an institution has chosen as being valuable? So I think it offers people the opportunity to open up inspiration for creativity and explore and be free to really see how we can take art into the future. So I don't think it's about sort of creating those barriers on how do we determine what's good and what's not good, because who's to say what's good and what's not good? That's all subjective. That's all objective. What I might love, you might absolutely hate. So I think it's just about opening up opportunities for people to see something, and if they fall in love with it, that's what they fall in love with. It's like music. We all have completely different tastes, but that doesn't mean that my taste is any better than yours. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
شكرا أستاذ عليا. استراحة إن شاء الله للغداء ونواصل الساعة 1:30. نذكر الحضور الكرام بترك سماعات الترجمة على المقاعد الخاصة بكم. شكرا لكم.
because I'm fat. So I'm always hiding my. So I confessed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just
Good afternoon. Okay, thank you so much.
مرحبا بالجميع. معانا ضيف مميز متعدد المواهب بين أدب الرحلات وكتابة الروايات، دكتور ممدوح صقر، مدير بيت جميل للفنون التقليدية. اتفضل. المحاضرة بعنوان اللغة الفنية لمساجد دلتا النيل، دراسات حالة من مدينة رشيد.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me for such a prestigious conference. Assalamu alaikum. Inshallah, I'll consider myself part of the dessert, so it should be a delicious presentation. I mean, we are here to talk about calligraphy, about ornamentation, and I took this initiative to look for calligraphy and ornamentation within mosque architecture. Of course, coming from Egypt, everyone will ask about the pyramids, the temples. I'll tell them, okay, I'm talking about Islamic architecture. They will be focusing on Cairo. The problem that a lot of art historians, architectural historians are really focusing on Cairo, its magnificent monuments, even the minarets of Cairo, the tombs of Cairo. But we have a lot of other cities in addition to magnificent Cairo, of course. And one of these cities are Rosetta, which is known in Arabic as Rashid, famous for the Rosetta stone, but also it's famous for its beautiful provincial architecture. As I told you, I was going to Rosetta. I mean, I had several visits, of course, but with the intention of looking at the calligraphy and ornamentation. But I went there with maybe a couple of questions and returned back with even more questions. And I think this is the essence of research. So let's introduce Rosetta or Rashid. And here is like a 16th century a map showing the Mediterranean. It's not flipped, it's not upside down. I mean, this is how Egypt was seen, I mean, from Turkey. So we're looking at Alexandria in this part, and Rosetta, which at that period, I mean, during the Ottoman period, it was the second most important city in Egypt after Cairo. Alexandria was not that important during the Ottoman period, 16th to 18th century. And Rosetta was the port. Rosetta was the main port of Egypt, and it is only 65 kilometers east of Alexandria, 13 kilometers inland, I mean, along the Rosetta branch or the Rashid branch of the Nile. So just like before the Nile reaches the Mediterranean, there is the city of Rosetta, the main port, which was very rich and very prosperous during the Ottoman period. It controlled all the agricultural produce going from Egypt, the whole of Egypt, to the Ottoman, I mean, the Ottoman capital of Istanbul. Rosetta now is still famous among Egyptians for its palm dates, for fish, like different varieties of fish and different ways of cooking fish and salting fish. You know, we love salted fish, for ship making, and of course for the scenery. I mean, it's a beautiful spot where the Mediterranean, the Nile River meets the Mediterranean after a very long journey in Africa. Apart from dates and salted fish, a lot of people don't really know about architecture. The architecture not only of Rosetta, but the Delta region. This is like a typical scene that you will see in the Delta, in the western part of the Delta. These are just like tombs, very peculiar in shape. Sometimes when people look at this, where they will say, okay, this is not Egypt. I mean, people are used to the Cairene domes, which are like stone carved domes with the floral patterns, with the geometric patterns. I mean, the scale, the form, and even the shape of these domes, domed tombs is not very well known, although this is Egyptian. This is from the Delta. And I mean, photos like these, or just like even domes or domed tombs or structures like these, led me to think of that we need more awareness of the provincial architecture, not only in Egypt, but I mean in all parts of the Islamic world, as we are just really looking at archaeological finds, looking at excavation sites. We really need to rediscover and reintroduce provincial architectures. Needless to say that, I mean, in the province, provinces, there are a lot of problems, whether pollution, overpopulation, like climatic conditions. Of course, we know that the delta is really fragile when it comes to its topography, geography, and climatic condition. It's very damp in summer, very cold and wet in winter. So the buildings are in need to be, of course, preserved, conserved, and most importantly, to be documented, well documented. And the information should be available and accessible to a wider audience. When we say the Delta style of architecture, we are not limiting ourselves to Rosetta, although Rosetta is just like the main city, but there are also other cities like Foa, Al Mahalla, and of course what remained in the city of Alexandria. And usually what comes to mind when we say the Delta style of architecture will be the brickwork. I mean, the beautiful, creative, intricate compositions of brickwork. They use like two kinds of brick, the red fired brick, which is the normal, typical reddish color, and another type which is fired for longer periods to get the blackish or the dark tone of color. In addition to red and black, they use generous amounts of mortar, which is composed of white plaster, to create that palette, which is like reddish, black, and white. Of course, we are looking at another example, which is not from Rosetta, but just like to tempt you to look at more cities, which is the city of Foa. And where a lot of people, when they think of Rosetta, they think of the houses, the townhouses of Rosetta, which more or less are better known than the mosques. Again, it is the idea of using brickwork, like a mortar is really visible between the courses of red and black, having engaged columns, engaged reused columns, different levels, woodwork, and this is part of the architectural language. So let's see what the mosques of Rosetta look like. As an architect, of course, we are all all architects are interested in plans. And it's very interesting that all of the extant mosques in Rosetta North, they are of the hypostyle plan type. Although, again, Rosetta was very prosperous during the Ottoman period, but the central dome plan, which was introduced to Egypt during the Ottoman invasion, wasn't part of the plan typology. Not even the previous plan typology, which is the A1 type. So, although the city was prosperous, the city was really connected to Cairo and by so many means, by the river, by the commerce, by politics. But whatever architectural styles that were developing in Cairo didn't really seep into the provinces, didn't really seep into Rosetta. Rosetta and the cities around it were really creating their own architectural style, sticking to the hypostyle plan, which is the repetition of arches and columns carrying the flat roofs, and really developing this, whether the mosques were big, they were small, whether they were just like in the city, center of the city and the peripheries, they were all hypostyle plans. Again, the entrances were the most important parts of the facades. Some of the mosques had several entrances or entryways along the same facade. Some of the small mosques had very intricate entryways, and the entryways were the part where it had most of the decoration. Again, it was just like the place where most of the decoration, most of the creativity would be showcased. And of course, the minarets in Rosetta or in the Delta in general developed their own stylistic language. They were a continuation of the Mamluk minarets that were, of course, famous in Cairo, but they were executed in different building materials, in bricks, all plastered. There was no use of stones. They were all plastered. They had the different divisions, the different like shafts, octagonal, cuboid shafts. Again, balconies carried on muqarnas, and the finials were typical of the Delta or the provincial style of the Delta. You'll have a variety of minaret shapes, but they are all along the same lines. They are all white plastered. They are all elongated in a kind and divided into different shafts and different recesses. The domes are a big question mark. No central domes, as I told you, but the mausoleums will be covered by domes. The domes have the intricate, like transitional zone, which we inherited from the Mamluks, or which were developed during the Mam period. But the execution, the profile, dates us back to the 10th, 11th century during the Fatimid period. Again, we are looking at a composite architectural element, transitional zones which are very composite to the compared to the simplicity of the structures. The profiles of onion-shaped, bulbous, just like having very peculiar profiles, and they remind us of the very old Fatimid ones. And of course, when we speak of hypostyle plans, it is a variety of columns, like reused columns from different eras of the long history of the region and of the country, a series of arches carrying flat roofs. When we look at the interior, again, whitewashed or plastered interiors, but the mihrab area is the area which has all the decoration or most of the decoration. Again, recalling the decoration of the exterior, the mihrab area, the spandrels and the soffits will be decorated by brickwork using the three colors, the white color of the plaster, the reddish and the black colors of the bricks. Again, an imitation of what was happening in the capital, what was happening in Cairo, using marble, using stone, oblak stone, and different colors of marble and stone. But I mean, this time it is done using brickwork. Another simpler example, but still showing how the brick as a unit or as a module was used to dictate the decoration itself. And here, I mean, in Al Mahalli Mosque, we have a very uncommon feature, which is a mausoleum which was incorporated within the mosque itself. The mosque is usually is considered to be a big one compared to the other mosques in Rosetta, but it incorporated this mausoleum, which was a freestanding mausoleum. Here we see that, I mean, we are looking at the main facade of the mausoleum, and we have a tri-lobed arch, which incorporates two pointed arches within it. And then we have, like looking at the lower part, we have a wooden beam from which we have hanging small columns. Again, this is something which is peculiar to the Delta. I mean, the hanging columns, and the whole composition is decorated and adorned by brickwork. It's interesting to see La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah written, or just like using brickwork in a Kufic inscription. If we go to the lower part, we'll realize that they are using Iznik tiles, and Iznik tiles were really imported, exquisite imported materials. And as we'll see in other examples, people at that time were very keen to show their ability to incorporate Iznik tiles in their buildings. Here it is the rear view of the mausoleum. Again, more calligraphy, more Kufic calligraphy using brickwork, a variety of compositions. I mean, like star shapes and geometrical shapes, geometrical bands using the simple material, which is bricks. It is very interesting that not only Iznik tiles were imported, I mean, in Egypt, but also Tunisian tiles. I mean, to the left we see like Tunisian geometric patterns, and we can see that during that period, I mean, these kind of tiles were used not only in the Delta, I mean, the western part of the Delta, but also in Cairo. In some of the like historic houses, we see a lot of these Tunisian tiles. Again, tiles were an expensive material which was imported, so architects and masons were very like clever, trying to cover bigger spaces by using them interchangeably with marble. This is the location of the mausoleum within the mosque itself. It is not really oriented to the Qibla. It's a bit of a strange relationship, but it's interesting, showing how the mausoleum, or how people kept the exterior walls of the mausoleum, or the exterior decoration of the mausoleum, even after incorporating it within the mosque itself. Uh, Again, speaking about the architectural and artistic languages of the mosques, I mean, the members are integral part of the mosque, maybe the most important piece of furniture within the mosque. And here in this particular member, we see craftsmanship as exquisite as the ones that we'll see in Cairo. So yes, we are in the provinces. We are having our own architectural and artistic language. We are using building materials which are like relevant to our location, which is like fired bricks. We don't have stone. We don't have other like architectural materials or techniques that were found and flourishing in Cairo, but still some aspects are still there, like, for example, the intricate woodwork that is seen in the member. And of course, I mean, marble, it is prevailing all over Egypt. I mean, marble panels could be easily transported. And here we are looking at some of the like facades of the fountains, drinking fountains, and they are just like coming from several mosques from Rosetta. Some of them are in bad condition, but still they are protected in the original place. And it's interesting to see again the Ottoman language side by side or just like the classical Ottoman language side by side to the provincial artistic language of Rosetta itself. Just like before just like leaving the city, let's look at two examples. I mean, two mosques, which give us a clear idea of the architecture. We are looking at the Al-Abbasi Mosque, which is 18th, 19th century, and it has a very prominent location along the Nile banks. It is, I mean, if you are visiting Rosetta now, this will be the first building that you will see before really reaching the old city. As we can see, it has like the essential components of mosque architecture as we know it, or as just like the general mosque components. It has the dome, it has the minaret, and it has decoration along the facade. In fact, I mean, this is not the dome of the mosque, it's the dome of a mausoleum chamber. Again, we have this idea in Egypt. We always have like domed mausoleums, and then later people will just like attach mosques to the earlier or the freestanding mausoleums. So the mausoleum was built in the beginning, and then a prayer hall and a minaret were added later. The main facade overlooking the Nile is not covered in plaster, but the brickwork is shown. We can see the distinctive entryway with its tri-lobed arch, incorporating three pointed arches, the wooden beam from which we have like two small hanging columns. Again, of course, as we can see in the entryways of the Cairene mosques, we have like the two maxillas, the two benches for elders to rest. We have the recess of the door, and then we have a wooden lintel where we will have either the foundation inscription or Quranic inscriptions. Then we have a window, and then the rest of the entryway. Usually in Cairo, it would be just muqarnas carved in stone. But here, of course, they are stretching the abilities and the possibilities of brickwork. It's very interesting that in this particular minaret, we have bands of like thin bands of Tunisian tiles. This is something unusual, but here we have like more than one band of Tunisian tiles, just like framing the different shafts of the minaret. Again, this is something that it needs a better camera, but it needs also to be well documented, preserved, because as you can see, as I told you, the weather sometimes is harsh in Rosetta or in this part of the Delta. So whatever is lost will be lost forever without proper documentation. And this is not a very usual architectural feature in Egypt, I mean, and in minaret building in Egypt. This photo says a lot about the architecture of the Delta, but also it gives us some concerns about the restoration work. As you can see, the thick like layers of paint covers some of the calligraphy, some of the carving of the wooden lintels. There is also Kufic calligraphy on the Mangur wooden technique. Again, this is crudely painted. I know that, of course, they're concerned about the weather conditions and so on, but sometimes, I mean, the painting or just like the thick layers of paint cover much of the artwork. Again, you can see that the Mangur is almost like hidden behind these like the layers of paint. Some of the carving beneath the small columns, some of the geometric patterns and the calligraphy, they are all really uh, protected, but also not seen properly. The other peculiar mosque which we are going to visit is Tokmaksis Mosque. It has a very unusual name, and it's a hanging mosque. Hanging mosques are not that common in the Islamic world, but I mean in Egypt we have a few of them. Of course, in Cairo we have Saleh Talaa, we have Khujmas al-Ishaqi, we have a few mosques. I mean, in the crowded cities which are known for commerce, for bazaars, and for the markets, usually people found it a nice idea to have uh, shops in the ground floor and the prayer areas in the upper floors. Again, this will be a kind of waqf or endowment where, I mean, the rent or the revenue from the shops will help in the maintenance and the upkeep of the prayer space. Here in Rosetta, which was a city known for commerce and for maritime commerce and international commerce, it was a very convenient way of just like having shops in the ground floor. And then the upper floor, which is the prayer area, enjoys also a breeze from three directions through that kind of balcony. We're looking at the entrance, which is simple in this case, and the stair is, we have like two staircases leading to the prayer area, and the balcony surrounding the mosque itself or the prayer area where it is used as an extra prayer space. And here is the interior. Again, the interior is unusual if we think of the context of Egyptian mosques. The interior is unusual. The Qibla wall is adorned by imported tiles from Tunisia, from like ethnic tiles, and also Damascus tiles, which were like a kind of imitation of the ethnic tiles. So we have like one wall showcasing artistic languages from different parts of the Mediterranean, whether Tunisia, Syria, or Turkey, all in one place. And it shows how rare these tiles were, how expensive they were, but they were not only limited to the patrons of the mosques in Cairo, but were also used in the provinces. They were really very important like artistic elements or important artistic like testimonials that we are aware of what is happening in the center of the Ottoman Empire. We can afford, I mean, buying these tiles, and we want to incorporate them in our artistic language. Although the tiles are familiar, I mean, to our eyes, to the eyes of the art historians, I mean, we can find similar ones in different parts of the Ottoman Empire, but the composition itself and the way they used, I mean, to cover larger parts or to spread them along the Qibla wall is really unusual. So again, we have marble squares or marble rhombs incorporated within the use of the tiles in order just like to extend the area covered by these tiles. We have some unusual compositions like that cypress tree shape. We have other compositions which are playing with like the Tunisian ones, the ethnic ones, and some of the plain tiles, sometimes using calligraphy or pseudo calligraphy in, I mean, calligraphy here in the Kufic inscriptions, pseudo calligraphy by the combination of black and white marbles and tiles. Some of the later calligraphies, which was just like treating the Qibla wall as a kind of blackboard, so each one of the calligraphers was just like adding, like whether it's Shahada or Allahu Akbar or something like this. It was an act of piety, and this is a very important aspect. I mean, if you think about the dating of a mosque or dating of a monument, it doesn't have that strict date. People always keep just like adding things to the mosques, whether either restoration, whether adding something tangible or even something intangible. And it's interesting that, I mean, people of Rosetta are very proud of their heritage, very proud of the mosques, simply because, I mean, this was not a mosque built by a sultan or by an emir, but it was built by the families of Rosetta itself. So maybe this is one of the beauty aspects of provincial architecture, that people have that sense of ownership and belonging to the monuments. Again, more unusual compositions using ceramics. I'm sure that they used each and every bit of ceramics. Whatever was broken was used in a way or another. These were for them precious building materials. Again, you can see that, I mean, Hoa is included here, and we can see the dating. We can see the different unusual compositions of tile work. And I'd love to thank you and end the presentation with the beautiful mihrab of these Damascene tiles. Thank you so much. And I'll be happy to answer any question. Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you said it at the beginning, but is this particular composition special to Rosetta, or do you find that kind of amalgamation of styles and materials in other parts of Egypt? Is this?
Yeah, the composition, the use of tiles.
Yeah, the composition itself, maybe not this particular. I understood that this particular composition that you're showing was special to Rosetta.
In fact, I mean, not only Rosetta, but I mean several cities in that area. But Rosetta has a beautiful concentration of mosques. But also the city of Fowa and Al Mahalla Al Kubra, they also have like similar, more or less similar compositions using the same building materials. And unfortunately, in Alexandria, we used to have mosques similar to these, but because of several renovations and restorations, we lost the original form. But the use of tile work, it's I've never seen something similar to this mosque, Dakmaksis Mosque. I mean, this is really like a kind of a very creative and unusual composition of the tile work.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm wondering about the tradition of the brickwork. You know, it's a beautiful tradition of the brickwork, and I think you demonstrated very clearly sort of what they could do. But I'm wondering, is this a tradition that's still alive today in terms of the brick making? Do you have any sources that speak to how these bricks were made? Do you still have people using them? If you can just expand on the brickwork a little bit more, please.
Thank you so much. Yes, the tradition of brick making, we have it like since ancient times, since the ancient Egyptians. We have like two kinds of bricks which are made till now. I mean, the adobe bricks, which are the unfired bricks, and the fired bricks. It's interesting that, I mean, till now, I mean, in some parts they still fire bricks on higher degrees to get that blackish color. In fact, it's not only for the color, but also for the stability and the sturdity or the strength of the bricks themselves. They are still used in Lower Egypt, as in the Delta, or in Upper Egypt. But sometimes, I mean, you can't really compete with like the mass production of factory-made bricks. But they are still used. Adobe is still used in other parts also. I mean, the unfired bricks. So they are still used. I mean, what I really want that people look at these examples, I mean, contemporary architects, and think of uh, how like affordable and how beautiful and how easy to use like combinations or just like formations of brickwork. I mean, it won't cost them a lot. You don't need to cover your facade. Maybe you can just like put it in specific parts of your facade to add beauty to, I mean, again, to hire local craftsmen and local masons. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious about the cultural practice and value. Is it only related to prayers in these mausoleums or mosque, or does it have more than that? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Usually mosques are, are places of prayers, but also it's places of learning. So anyone who will be like learning Quran, by heart, especially children, they will have halaqa, or they will have like maqra'a, as we call maqra'a, or just like a gathering to recite Quran and to learn how to read Quran. And in some of the villages or cities, in Egypt, some of the students don't have proper like spaces at home to study. So it's a common scene that you go to a mosque and then you will find like young people and students just like reading books. It's not only Quranic studies, but again, maybe physics, mechanics, whatever. They are just like really studying or using the space of the mosque for such a thing. And of course, they are just like gathering spaces for men, especially elder men. They were just like they tend to spend most of their time in the mosques, whether just like reciting Quran, being engaged in maqa's, being engaged in dars, like other religious like sciences like tafsir or fiqh or something like this. But usually again, what you see in the provinces or in the small cities and towns is more of an intimate relation than what will see, for example, in cities like Cairo or Alexandria, where everyone is really busy. People will just like pray wherever they are in any neighborhood which they are passing by, but not really in their mosque neighborhood.
Any other questions?
بداية أحب أشكرك على هذه المحاضرة والمعلومات القيمة صراحة اللي أضافتها لنا. سؤالي عن القبب، هل هي أساسا من بالعربي ولا بالإنجليزي؟ إيه. بخصوص القبب، القبة هل هي أساسا من العمارة العربية أو الشرقية؟ لأن احنا كشرقيين لما نبحث في تصميم منازلنا القديمة كانت احنا جدا عمليين وما نبني أي شيء ما له داعي. فالقبة هي على حسب أنا في سفري في بعض الدول، القبة كانت هي علامة لوجود ضريح، كانت في الأساس هذه. فهل هي القبة أساسا هي من العمارة العربية أو الشرقية، أو هي اللي أتتنا من الرومان؟
شكرا يا فندم. هي الفكره كلها ان طبعا العماره وخصوصا العماره الاسلاميه تعتبر تراكم لكل الفترات السابقه. بس احنا عندنا نقدر نقول من اوائل العصر الاسلامي، احنا ده من العصر العباسي في قبه زي ما حضرتك قلت بتستخدم في ضريح. ويمكن احنا عندنا في مصر من بداية العصر الإسلامي وخصوصا في العصر الفاطمي كمان عندنا العادة، أو بقت جزء من الاركتكتشر لانجوج أو اللغة المعمارية بتاعتنا، هي بناء الأضرحة. فعشان كده حتى النماذج اللي شفناها هنا في رشيد هي بتبقى لضريح، سواء الضريح ده كان في حد ذاته مبنى مستقل، أو مبنى بعد كده تداخل معاه المسجد وانضم ليه قاعة صلاة أو فراغ للصلاة. بس زي ما حضرتك قلت، هي القباب مش بتستخدم في البيوت ابدا، بتستخدم عاده للضريح. وبعد كده في مرحله لاحقه كانت في العصر العثماني تعتبر هي دي المسجد ذو القبه المتوسطه او السنترال دوم بلان.
أي أسئلة؟ Any other questions?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. شكرا دكتور على المحاضرة القيمة. دكتور، في النسج بين عدة هويات مختلفة في العمارة، هل في منهجيات معينة نقدر نستقرأها في عملية النسج، ما هو بين مثلا المغربي والعمارة المملوكية وشيء من هذا القبيل؟ شكرا.
شكرا يا فندم. هي الفكره ان المسجد اللي احنا شايفينه في العماره في رشيد ده بيدل على طبيعه المواني. هي رشيد زيها زي اي مينا كانت مهمه في الفتره بتاعتها. كان دايما في اطلاع على الثقافات اللي موجوده في حوض البحر المتوسط. احنا عاده بننسى دايما ان العلاقات التجاريه والعلاقات الثقافيه وحتى فكره الحج كانت بتنقل الافكار، بتنقل العناصر الفنيه والعناصر المعماريه. الناس كانت بتستقر فترات طويله جدا. يمكن احنا عندنا هجرات من الاندلس حصلت، كانت موجوده في اسكندريه وموجوده في غرب الدلتا. في دراسه من الدراسات بتقول ان المدخل المميز جدا اللي احنا شايفينه بالعقد نعتبر يعني الاعمده الصغيره اللي هي كانت تعتبر مدلاه من العقد الخشب، ده تاثير اندلسي. ويمكن دي حاجه محتاجه دراسه اكتر من كده عشان نقدر نشوف فعلا هو ده كان تاثير اندلسي وصل لحد غرب دلتا النيل، ولا ده يمكن كان فيه مجرد تشابه. بس الفكره كلها ان الخلط اللي حضرتك شايفه او اللي احنا يمكن شايفينه وبنلحظه في النماذج في مدينه رشيد، ده ناتج عن انفتاحها على حوض البحر المتوسط، سواء الشرق ناحيه تركيا او الغرب ناحيه تونس، ويمكن ابعد من كده كمان. والتداخل اللي احنا شايفينه، سواء احنا بنقول ان حصل زي نوع من انواع الاستمراريه للمآذن المملوكيه والنموذج بتاع المسقط الافقي نفسه، رغم ظهور نماذج للمساقط الافقيه ونماذج مختلفه للمآذن. ده يمكن ده نوع من انواع الغنى اللي موجود في مصر، اللي احنا عاده بنحاول نقول محتاجين ان احنا نركز اكتر على الاماكن اللي هي بعيده شويه عن القاهره، نكتشف. ومش بس في الدلتا رشيد وفوة والمحلة، احنا كمان عندنا في جنوب مصر في الصعيد عندنا مدن مهمة زي قوس وإسنا وجرجا. في أماكن كتيرة محتاجة إن احنا نشوف فيها التأثيرات، قد إيه البعد عن القاهرة بيدي تأثيرات محلية، وفي نفس الوقت بيبقى فيه تأثير من القاهرة، ويمكن كمان أبعد من القاهرة اسطنبول كمان. شكرا. Thank you so much. Thank you.
شكرا دكتور ممدوح على المحاضرة القيمة. هنكمل مع السيدة نورية غارسيا من جامعة السوربون ومحاضرتها بعنوان صعود اللوحة. السيدة نورية مسيب هي خطاطة بارعة، تتميز أعمالها بجذورها العميقة في التقاليد الكلاسيكية للخط العربي، وقد تدربت تحت إشراف بعض أشهر خطاطي العالم حتى أصبحت واحدة من أبرز الممارسين المعاصرين للخط العربي. تفضلي.
Is that okay? All right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you very much to the School of Calligraphy and Illumination for having invited me. And I'm very excited to share. As some of you know, I'm a calligrapher, and I've been working. This was actually the topic of my master's dissertation at the Sorbonne, and I'm continuing this with my PhD. And it's the first time I'm going to present this to fellow calligraphers. So I'm very looking much forward to the questions and the discussions at the end. So as a calligrapher, of course, we know that the main practice today is to produce levhas, or to produce these calligraphic panels. And I was very interested to understand the origins of this practice. When did it start? So, of course, when you visit certain landmark monuments in Turkey, or some of the great mosques of Bursa, the Blue Mosque, Hagia Sophia, one is immediately struck by these really large mobile calligraphic panels, which are suspended from the walls of these monuments. And for those of you who have traveled across the Islamic world, where we are used to seeing mosques that are devoid of any suspended elements on the walls, this is very striking. So, of course, these are characteristically Ottoman, produced with utmost refinement. They contain Quranic ayahs or religious texts, sometimes ink on paper, sometimes, as these examples, on gold leaf on dark backgrounds, mounted onto wooden supports. Now, for the worshipper, for the person who contemplates these pieces, they serve as a reminder of the fact that we are in a sacred space. And they function very much as Christian icons do. So the aesthetic beauty of the calligraphic form and the message, the textual message, are meant to lead the spectator into a state of contemplation. So we need to ask the question, how did this start? What motivated the creation of these panels? Now, the emergence of the mobile calligraphic panel, or levha in Turkish, deserves closer attention. This support was definitely unprecedented in the Islamic world, and it marked a decisive turn not only in the technical and in the aesthetic developments of Islamic calligraphy, but also in the role of the calligrapher as an author of a piece for public display. Meaning the calligrapher did not have to depend on craftsmen to create public writing on a wall, but the calligrapher was able to produce a piece from beginning to end as a full author. And from the old pictures, we know that this support, the levha, the calligraphic panel, becomes extremely popular in the early modern period. And by the 19th century, levhas were present in almost every sphere of Ottoman life, including mosques, Sufi lodges, royal dwellings, public institutions, and even the houses, the dwellings of the bourgeoisie. So while I research into the origins of this support, I don't think we will ever be able to find definite answers, but I do want to explain some of the questions and some of the findings that we have been able to find finally with the early references, the sources, and the examples in the collections in Istanbul. So in the context of Ottoman calligraphy, just maybe to provide a little bit of historiography, everybody's very familiar with the levha in its, let's say, şaheser, as they say in Turkish, not the great masterworks. However, they're always introduced very matter-of-factly as a support that became popular in the 18th century. And we only know the most beautiful examples that are in the museum collections and in the publications. And we also have this paradigm, which is everything that came before Mustafa Rakim, who was a great Ottoman calligrapher who developed the large-scale script, the Jeli Thuluth, was not considered to be very developed. And so we don't really look at it very much. And then everything after Mustafa Rakim is considered really high level, worthy of study and scholarship. So I think as calligraphers and scholars, we need to also look at what happens before a form becomes a masterwork. Now, how do we get to the masterwork? What happens before? Another theory that has been given, sorry, let me just go back to here, is that the levha was produced as a result of Western influences. So it was an imitation of Western paintings that in the Muslim world, they wanted to imitate a painting and frame it in the same way that somebody would have an expressionist painting, then you would have a piece of calligraphy. Now, of course, maybe this could have been a factor for certain calligraphers, but we know that the presence of calligraphy has been a staple across history, across the entire Islamic world. And calligraphy has always been present and reproduced in various media on the walls of dwellings, public buildings, for decorative and for devotional purposes. And so I think in the case of the levha, we need to think always of these two aspects together, the aesthetic and the devotional, which are intimately linked. Now, if we define the word levha, which we do, even though we all think we know what it is, I think we need to look at it a little bit more deeply into this word. Levha in Ottoman Turkish comes from, of course, the Arabic root lauh, which means panel or tablet. And this term appears 5 times in the Quran. And in most instances, it serves to designate a surface on which something is written, such as the tablets of the law revealed to Moses. And most importantly, the entire Quran is referred to as the Lawh al-Mahfuz, the well-preserved tablet kept in heaven. The term Lawh is used as well for the tablet upon which the divine will is written for each individual, otherwise known as the tablets of fate. The levha, as a writing surface, also appears in the mystical tradition as the tablet of the soul, which receives the imprint of divine knowledge of inspiration. And we find this notion in numerous poems by Mevlana Jalaluddin Rumi, as well as in Fuzuli's Turkish Divan. And I wanted to quote here a very beautiful poem by the Turkish poet Nefi, which mentions especially the jelly levha, the large-scale levha, and refers to the large size of the writing as an analogy of the heart. And the poem says, "My heart is pure. It hides between the two worlds, like the painted jelly levha between the words hide themselves amongst the blackened page." So if we look at the etymology and the references of this word, levha, we can see that there are multiple layers of meaning which consciously or unconsciously permeate its literal meaning in the calligraphy context as well. And I do want to mention as well that, of course, we use the term levha to refer to the study tablets that were used across the Islamic world, which are still used in North Africa and other parts of Western Africa, where the students would study and learn how to recite the Quran. And it is inevitable to make the analogy with the tablets that were used for some of the early oldest Hilya Sharif, which are also they're produced on paper, but also pasted and mounted onto these wooden tablets. So, of course, today the word levha is used rather casually to denote any framed calligraphy. And not all, but not all pieces were conceived as such. So finally, I refer to levhas trying to understand a piece that was conceived by the calligrapher at the moment of writing to be hung on a wall. So this discards any album pieces or muraka pieces that would later be cut and framed to be hung. Now, I wanted to show for the calligraphers in the audience, this is the first hilye conceived as a levha by calligrapher Hafiz Osman. It is the first one that we know of. It's in the Topkapi Museum. And as you can see, the early levha always consisted of paper glued directly onto wood. There were no frames and there was no protective glass. So all the early levhas are very damaged, by humidity, insects, and so on. And this is why the early levha have deteriorated so much. And they're usually kept somewhere in the museum, the collections. Nobody looks at them. And this is one of the reasons why we need to document them. So obviously, eventually, the levha becomes much more sophisticated. And we have systems of preservation by gluing them onto pasteboard, different types of cardboard, and also framing with protective glass, which has ensured their preservation. So how far back can we go? What are really the earliest examples we can find? So to be honest, some of the early ones, here we have the levha by Sultan Mustafa II, who was a student of Hafiz Osman. This is displayed in Hagia Sophia next to the mihrab. And this was also done on paper, which is then glued onto, mounted onto wood. And you can see actually the lines of the wood where it's starting to come apart and the way that it was fixed in the back to ensure that the wood would stay together. But before these examples, and here I wanted to show you as well some of the more sophisticated examples from the Bursa Mosque, where they are done on cloth. The cloth is stretched over wooden board. And the nice example here is the kalam, which is suspended next to the levha, which shows the original kalam that was used to write this very monumental piece. So again, if we go back to the first examples, the only pieces that I have been able to find from the 15th century physically are pieces in the very famous Timurid albums, which are kept at the Topkapi Palace, which of course came from Central Asia, from Iran. And in some of these pages, we can see some early prototypes of what could have been a levha. Maybe they would have been pasted on the wall, but we have no way of knowing this. It is very possible that they were just examples for epigraphy. So it is possible that the calligraphers were doing these compositions, and then these were being transferred on architecture. Or that they were parts of scrolls that they were then cut and pasted on the album. So these are all the theories that have been advanced by different researchers. And in the Ottoman example, we have the Baba Nakash album, which is an imitation. It's the first Ottoman album that we find, where you also see some compositions in the album that could be a levha, but in reality, we see that they were models for other surfaces. And so this was an interesting find. Sorry, the circle, it's meant to circle the entire composition, which is exactly the same composition applied onto fabric for a talismanic shirt. So this is why we see that the albums, even though we see compositions that could eventually become alefa, it is very possible that they were just prototypes for different types of surfaces. Again, we have two early lefha that appear as such in different catalogs, but because they're in such good state and they're so clean and there's no insect marks or anything, we know that they were not lefha in their origins. So these were probably part of a scroll that was then cut up and then framed for display. And these are two very beautiful pieces by Mustafa Dedek, who was the son of Sheikh Hamdullah, the founder of the Ottoman School of Calligraphy, and another piece by Ahmed Karahisari. So physically, the earliest levhas I have found are two pieces in the Topkapi collection. This is actually an ijaza for the Mesnevi, and it's a devotional text, Ya Hasreti Dost Mevlana, and another piece which has been rewritten many, many times over the centuries. And so one of them is dated to 1605, 1013 Hijri, and the other one is 1606, 1014 Hijri. And these are the oldest pieces that I have found, pasted onto wood, but they're very small format. Now, this leads us to another interesting find, which was a few years ago, the Topkapi Palace displayed an incredible piece on canvas. You cannot appreciate it from the picture, but this is a huge banner made on textile that took 10 years to produce. And we do not know what its purpose was. Probably it was something that was unrolled and displayed in the palace for certain occasions. And it was written by an unknown calligrapher, Suleiman al-Hajjar. We know he doesn't appear in the calligrapher biographies, but it is one of the oldest. So you can see the date, 957 to 968 Hijri. This is the oldest sort of physical evidence of a sort of a mobile hanging script. And of course, this takes us back to the pieces at Hagia Sophia. So as you know, the pieces that we have today at Hagia Sophia are not the original pieces. The original pieces were made by Teknecizade Ibrahim Effendi. There were also some pieces made by Sultan Murad that were gifted to the Mosque of Hagia Sophia in 1575, 1 year after he ascended to the throne. And so we cannot, from these old engravings, we know that all of these pieces were not round like the ones that we see today by Izzet Effendi, but they were actually square. And we can see that they were placed pretty much in the same places that we see today, the pieces of Izzet Effendi, but they were square. And incredibly, they were finally found after many, many years. They were stuck in a in a drawer somewhere in Hagia Sophia, and the researcher Yasemin Sonmez found them. So I cannot show you any pictures because I'm waiting for her to publish her book and for her to show them to you, but I've been able to see them. And they were also done on cloth. and they were gold on a dark red background. And so hopefully they will be published soon. But these are basically physically the earliest examples that we have been able to find. So, of course, in the centuries that follow, calligraphic panels became pervasive in all contexts, secular and religious. We see now calligraphy panels decontextualized. We see these great masterpieces in the museums. We see them in the homes of collectors, but we do not know where were they, what were they done for? They were not made for a museum at the time. So this is one of the things that we need to think about as calligraphers. Of course, we know the artistic value. We know they are worthy of being in a museum. But at the time when they were produced, what was the intention of the calligrapher? And so I think one of the context that we need to look at is the context of the tekke, or the Sufi lodge. Because in doing my research, what I found, as you could see on the Topkapi pieces, the small panels that were devotional pieces to Jalaluddin Rumi, or very symbolic pieces, also very much inspired in the tasawwuf and the poetry culture. The tekke, which was always a more humble environment than the Friday mosque, finally became the receptacle of a huge, huge amount of levhas. So we find that the sort of the natural habitat of the levha, of these calligraphic panels in the 17th, 18th, and 19th century was the Sufi lodge, where we find hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these pieces. And I have looked at a lot of old photographs from the early 1900s, where we see the walls of all these tekkes basically like a tapestry of calligraphy. So I think we need to think of these pieces as, of course, they were made to bring the sacred into a space. So if you have a blank space with blank walls, but then you hang a piece of writing, that space immediately contains an element of the sacred. And many of these pieces, so for the person who looks at the pieces, they serve as a reminder of the sacred. For the calligrapher making the pieces, many times it was also an act of devotion. And so these are things that I think we need to remember and be inspired by in our practice of calligraphy today. We know that the levha is one of the most impressive contributions of Ottoman calligraphy to the art of Islamic calligraphy. For the calligrapher, of course, this support marked a decisive shift in production from mostly book and album format, enabling him or her to produce large pieces directly for public display. And we know that the systems of reproduction and dissemination of models ensured a wide distribution of calligraphic panels throughout all layers of Ottoman society. And this is one of the oldest calibs, the one in red that you see, the needling system that would ensure to transfer a model multiple times and create the same composition multiple times. So the technical aspects that were developed in order to produce these levhas made it really cost efficient and practical to display calligraphy in almost any space. And so levhas became widely available. And this is how eventually we find the levha moving from the mosque to the tekke to eventually the home. But this is the last stage after all the others, right? So this is when we start seeing the levhas displayed on the walls of palaces, pavilions from the 18th century onwards, and where the levha starts becoming a sign of refined culture and high status. And this is where we start seeing calligraphy side by side the impressionist paintings, and calligraphy being valued as a work of art in the modern sense of the term. So apart from the religious considerations, the popularity of this support is a testament to the level of aesthetic appreciation that calligraphy enjoyed in the Ottoman world, and which eventually spread across the Islamic world. where calligraphy was not only revered for its sacred dimension, but also as a work of art, a perception that has ensured its survival into the 20th century and even today in the 21st century. So thank you very much. I don't know if there are any questions.
Questions?
No questions?
أسئلة?
Yes?
Hello, thank you for your talk. I would just like to ask, you've mentioned that museums have some of the work, but we don't know why it was there or where it was before presenting it there. I would like to ask you, in your opinion, what do you think the role of the museum, or how can they portray the aim or the message behind the artwork that's there? Because it's very important to know also how, for people who visit or who check it. So what are some methods you would suggest personally based on your research?
Well, this is why we need to research a lot the old photographs and the archives and the sources. And so I do think we need to start thinking in the museum space to recreate, try to recreate spaces in the museum. Because finally, I think even the calligraphers have become a little bit cut off from this context because we're so used to just seeing the piece on its own without knowing anything else. We know a lot about the calligraphers, we know about their biographies, and we know about their pieces, but we know very little about why it was made, where it was displayed, and so on. So I think part of the work is to just recontextualize, and this is what I'm trying to do with the work.
Thank you very much. I would like just to reflect on something that is related the purpose, of the calligrapher making the lawha. Does it affect the characteristics of the lawha itself? Would you extend your study a little bit further in order to see the relationship between that?
Sorry, can you?
The relationship between the purpose, the main purpose, like now contemporary artists or calligrapher, they are making it to be exhibited and to be sold. So how does this affect the characteristics of
today?
Yeah, today, and like the purpose all of the time in the past and now. How does it affect the characteristics of the lawha itself?
Okay, so I think I understood your question. I mean, in the past, what we can see when we look at these walls of, tapestries of pieces, you can tell that a lot of the calligraphy is done taberrukan, right? It's like for the baraka of making the piece. So the calligrapher does the piece because he or she understands that there is a baraka, that this piece is going to be displayed in the teke or in a religious place, and they're hoping to benefit from the prayers that are recited in this space. So it's a very devotional, completely devotional approach. Of course, there's an artistic element of creativity because in the teke also we have extremely creative pieces, and the artistic level, it's not always a really high artistic level, which is also interesting. So this is all part of the discourse of the variety there. But today, I think, of course, we have a completely different context. Calligraphers are producing for the art market, for collectors, for competitions, and so while I think for many calligraphers, there's still a strong devotional aspect. There are other factors that are entering into the conversation, which is a delicate conversation. But since I have this platform, I think it's important that we talk about it because one of the problems we have today is we have perfect calligraphy with very little soul. And I think this is something with some of my colleagues, we have spoken about this, which is how with calligrapher Jassim Miraj, he said a couple of nights ago, he said, how do we define perfection? Is perfection only formal perfection, or does perfection have other elements, more intangible elements? So how do we attain, how does a masterwork become a masterwork? Is it because the aleph is 8 noktas and perfectly formed and perfectly shaped? Or is there something else? And we can argue that there is something else, and that this something else comes from purity of intention. And we have calligraphic sources that talk about this a lot. They always say purity of writing is equated to purity of heart. You cannot have beautiful writing if you do not have a beauty, interior beauty. And this is not mere poetics. We have these so many poems and so many sources that they just keep repeating this from the Middle Ages. So there was this understanding that outer and inner need to come together. And I think this is something that today perhaps we need to remind ourselves to do this interior work as well as exterior work in order to elevate the quality of the work. And we can see this in other art forms as well, you know, the need for the spirit, the inner spirit of the art.
Excuse me. Noria Haja. Hussam here. Can you share? Hi.
Yes.
Can you share with us your experience outlining the difference of observing original works versus digital works over the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's a very, very good point, because when you see an original work, you can see the energy of the writing much more. And I think everybody has had this experience. When you see an original work, you see other elements that cannot be reproduced by a scan or by a photograph. And I think one of the problems we have as calligraphers is we do not have enough access to original pieces to be able to handle them. And one of the realizations that I came upon when I was doing my research and I was able to have access to the Turkish Islamic Art Museum and the Topkapi Palace, all these pieces that are basically collecting dust that nobody has looked at, because there's so many of them and because they're not considered artistically elevated. But I think that we can learn so much from the imperfect pieces as well as the masterworks. So the more we look at all these examples, the more it enriches our knowledge, and the more we realize also that there was so much innovation throughout history. In the teke levhas and the pieces that are present in the Sufi lodges, we see an immense amount of creativity that we do not see in some of the master works that are considered sort of higher level. So I think all of these, we always need to look at the widest range of work as possible to broaden our understanding.
Okay. Noria, thank you so much for this. The circular panels of Hagia Sophia have become very iconic for us today, that I didn't even know that you had the rectangular ones before. I'm curious to know, when they introduced the circular ones, how were they perceived? How were they received? And definitely there must have been criticism.
Yes. No. Well, the circular ones were introduced. There was a huge restoration by the Fossati brothers, an Italian couple of architects who did the restoration of Hagia Sophia. And at that time, they decided to take the old calligraphy down because the old calligraphy on cloth was very damaged. And so it was really the effort to do something that was more beautiful and in better condition. So the criteria that was used was mainly just renovation because it was damaged. But then these roundels today are considered are some of the most exquisite, and at the time as well, because they were made by Izzet Effendi, who was an amazing calligrapher, by him and his students inside the mosque. And they are so huge that during the Republic, when some of you know the story, when they declared Hagia Sophia as a museum, they tried to take away these calligraphies and they didn't fit through the door. And that's when they decided they had to keep them and then to have the museum with both the calligraphy and the mosaics. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
I just see Turkey, I mean, is the most beautiful museum of Arabic calligraphy. And I want to know, I'm just curious with when you change scripts, is this heritage of Arabic calligraphy was channeled into the new scripts that you're using, like the Latin script? You see any movements of art with this, level of aesthetic, but not with Arabic letters, with the letters that you've been using almost for 100 years?
Sorry, I didn't. Can you reformulate? I didn't hear you very clearly.
Is there anything contemporary using Latin letters that you're using today in Turkey as beautiful as these compositions with Arabic? This heritage that you have, was it channeled toward the new script that you're using? Well, new, but it's been 100
Yes,
years already.
so in Turkey, even though there was a change of alphabet, calligraphers continued to be active in Arabic script because they preserve the Arabic script calligraphy as an art form at the Mimar Sinan University. So even though the script was banned, some calligraphers continued to be active during the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, and they continued the chain of transmission until today. So when we think of Turkish calligraphy, we still think of Arabic script Turkish calligraphy. There are some Turkish calligraphers working on the Latin script, and they are well known and they are active. But I would say the main emphasis of the school continues to be the Arabic script. Obviously, it's the more conservative segments of the population, but it's a very active. I would say even today, it continues to be the center of learning for a lot of calligraphers all over the world. They still go to Istanbul for the study.
Oh. Thank you for the lecture. I have a question about usually we see the final artwork, like the lawha. What about the sketches? What about to showcase the efforts behind the artwork? What do you think about this?
Yes, well, the sketches, to be honest, I have not been able to find, apart from these albums, I have not come across any sketches. So there's so much, of course, we have a lot from the 19th century and 20th century and collections and so on, but nothing previous from the 17th century until now. Yeah.
Hello. Sorry, perhaps a slightly more evocative question. You mentioned popularity and the survival and distribution of these levhas through becoming popular, and also the coexistence of high quality artwork and lower quality artwork. You also mentioned the notion of the purity of heart as part of the intention of the artist. Now, I want to put that a little bit in reflection to what we discussed earlier with regards to the digital and the coexistence of these various levels on one hand. And also, I wanted to ask you, is there also a notion of the purity of heart on the side of the critic? Do we have such concept?
It's a very interesting question, and I've had this discussion with other artists. What I have found working in the West, where there are many people who don't know the technicalities of Arabic calligraphy and they don't understand the art, they have not studied it in depth, is that it takes us, it's other artists, for instance, musicians, dancers, painters, anybody who has a developed aesthetic eye for art in general is able to appreciate a good piece from a poorer piece. So I think you can call this purity of heart or just a sort of a developed awareness and sensitivity. Yes. My time is up. Thank you. Thank you.
شكرا دكتورة نورية. هنختم يومنا إن شاء الله مع الدكتور عمر قاسم من جامعة تراكيا ومحاضرته بعنوان جدي الخطاط محمد شوقي. الدكتور عمر هو عالم بارز وخبير في المخطوطات العثمانية، يركز بشكل خاص على الخط والمساهمة العثمانية في الفن الإسلامي. تستكشف أبحاثه تطور أنماط الخط العثماني واستخدامها في المخطوطات الدينية وغيرها، مما يسلط الضوء على الإنجازات الثقافية والفكرية للحقبة العثمانية.
السلام عليكم. بالبداية أنا حاب أشكر مدرسة الفجيرة للخط والزخرفة والكادر الأكاديمي والفني على حرصهم لتثقيف المجتمع الخطي وإقامتهم مثل هذه المؤتمرات. في الحقيقة كتاب جدي الخطاط محمد شوقي، أو بالأصح تجربتي في ترجمة وتحقيق كتاب جدي الخطاط محمد شوقي، هو جزء من مجموعة أعمال منجزة كنت قد كتبتها في فترة، من ضمنها كتاب نهج الأقدمين في سلسلة الخطاطين، كتاب عبارة عن مجلدين، وكتاب محمود جلال الدين الشيخ الثالث محمود جلال الدين، بالإضافة إلى كتاب سامي أفندي بين طلابه. وكان جدي الخطاط محمد شوقي من ضمن هذه الأعمال، وكنت محتار أي واحدة منهم أنه أقدمها للطباعة حتى أقدم هذه الأعمال، خصوصا كتاب نهج الأقدمين في سلسلة الخطاطين، لأنه هو كتاب تاريخي تحليلي فلسفي نقدي، فكان أحتاج أن أفرش أرضية حتى أقدر أوصل الأفكار المطروحة فيه. فكان الاختيار الأول على كتاب جدي الخطاط محمد شوقي يكون أول كتاب يطبع، لأسباب أنه شفت هناك أكو فجوة بين الأكاديمي والمجتمع الخطي، لأسباب قد يطول شرحها، ممكن نناقشها فيما بعد. والسبب الثاني أنه تفاجأت وجدت أن المجتمع الخطي مجتمع غير قارئ، وهذه طبعا مشكلة، ولا أخفيكم قد أستغرب جدا عندما ألتقي بخطاط لا يمتلك أي ثقافة، لا خطية ولا فنية ولا حتى تحليلية، ولا يهتم في هذه الأمور. طبعا هذا الشيء عندما نجد عندما نواجه بهذا الشيء، هذا يخرجنا عن نطار الفن ويدخلنا بنطار إطار الحرفة. والمجتمع الغير قارئ يكون مجتمع فقير جدا، ممكن تخترقه أي فكرة، وهذا اللي حتى وبطبيعة الحال حتى يخاف أن يطرح أفكار. مع الأسف أقدر أقول أن المجتمع الخطي عنده حرية تفكير، ولكن لا يمتلك حرية التعبير. أنا أعرف كثير من النقاد والمثقفين يخافون من أن يطرحون أفكارهم، لأن راح يهاجمون من مجتمع القطيع. وهذا الشيء جعل، وخاصة احنا عندنا مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي منتشرة هذه الأيام، أعطت فرصة لبعض الناس أو لبعض المشاهير واستغلوا هذا الجهل السائد، قاموا ينشرون بعض المفاهيم الخاطئة في المجتمع الخطي من تسطير وتنظير، وهذه أصبحت تابوهات ثابتة. من ضمنها وصلوا إلى نهج الأقدمين، أصبح من المناهج الغير مجدية ويجب علينا أن نضع منهج جديد. طبعا هذه الهدف منها تغيير ذائقة الجمال، وأما العمق العلمي والقيمة الفنية ستختفي تدريجيا. إني أشوف إحنا كواجبنا كأكاديميين وعلماء ونقاد ومثقفين أن نحمي عقول أجيالنا من هذا التضليل، نثقفهم، نعطيهم قراءات أكثر. أهمية كتاب جدي الخطاط محمد شوقي، يعني أنا راح أطرح المراحل اللي مريت فيها في الكتابة. يعد كتاب جدي الخطاط محمد شوقي أول كتاب من نوعه، وإضافة جديدة للمكتبة العربية لما يحتويه من معلومات تذكر لأول مرة، سواء كانت في مصادر عربية أو مصادر تركية. بالمناسبة أنا الكتاب كتبته باللغة التركية في البداية، فيما بعد لما اكتشفت وشفت أنه في معلومات مهمة فقلت أنه يجب أن يطرح في اللغة العربية، وإن شاء الله قريبا سيطبع باللغة التركية والإنجليزية في نفس الوقت. يستعرض الكتاب سيرة أهم خطاط عاش في القرن التاسع عشر، وضع أسلوب منفصلا عن معاصريه، حيث انتشرت أعماله ونماذجه الخطية في العالم الإسلامي، وتأثرت به أجيال ونهجت نهجه واتبعت أسلوبه في الكتابة إلى يومنا هذا. وإنني في الحقيقة كلما تعمقت في قراءتي التاريخية في فن الخط العربي الإسلامي تزداد قناعتي بأن هذا الفن فن نخبوي، وتزداد قناعتي أكثر بأن كل ما ورثناه من تاريخ فن الخط العربي الإسلامي ما هو إلا نقطة في بحر رفوف المكتبات والمتاحف. الأشياء اللي اطلعت عليها في متحف توب كوبي، يعني أنا وصلت إلى قناعة ممكن لو ظهرت لو طبعت نحتاج أن نعيد كتابة تاريخ فن الخط العربي من جديد، لأن يعني في كثير أشياء غير منشورة وراح تغير كثير من القناعات اللي موجودة أو ما موجودة من الكتب اللي موجودة عندنا حاليا. تحتاج لمن يمسح عنها غبار الزمن لتتنفس من جديد، وتحتاج أيضا إلى عمل دؤوب. يعني هي ما معتمدة على شخص واحد، يحتاج ممكن واحد يعمل جروبات أو يعمل مجاميع، طبعا بعد الحصول على الموافقات، حتى يقدر يغطي أجزاء بسيطة من الأشياء الغير معروفة. كما إنني كلما تعمقت أكثر وغصت في بحر هذا الفن وجدته على درجة عالية من الصفاء والنقاء من الناحية الفنية والروحية. وكما يزداد جهلي أكثر يعطيني شعور يعود بي إلى نقطة البداية. كيف وجدت ملف جد الخطاط محمد شوقي؟ في يوم ممطر من أيام شتاء مدينة إسطنبول الباردة، كنت أبحث في مكتبة السليمانية الواقعة في حي الفاتح عن إحدى المواضيع البحثية، وكنت منغمسا ما بين أوراقي ومحرك البحث مراجعا بعض النقاط التي كنت قد دونتها في دفتري الخاص. وبينما كنت أبحث وجدت ملفات مصنفة حديثا لم تكن موجودة في السابق تعود للبروفيسور أحمد سهيل أنور، فطلبتها في ذلك اليوم من أمين المكتبة. ومرت الأيام والأشهر. نعم سلايد في النهاية تقريبا أوكي. نعم. وحين كنت أقلب صفحات جهاز الكمبيوتر تعثرت بهذه الملفات مرة أخرى وبدأت أتصفحها الواحدة تلو الأخرى. ومن بين هذه الملفات دفتر ذكريات والد الدكتور أحمد سهيل أنور يتكلم ويسرد فيه أحداث مهمة وسيرة ذاتية عطرة عن الخطاط محمد شوقي. وأنا أقرأ هذه اليوميات والمذكرات اكتشفت فيها تفاصيل مهمة تتكلم عن حياة الخطاط محمد شوقي من الناحية الفنية والاجتماعية، وتفاصيل أخرى لم تذكر في الكتب والمصادر سواء كانت مصادر عربية أو تركية، لدرجة إني شعرت برغبة عارمة لترجمة كل حرف فيها، لا بل أحسست لو أن أترجم كل كمية المشاعر التي بها. أن ترجمة سيرة كسيرة الخطاط محمد شوقي ليس عملا ميسورا أو سهلا، بل يتطلب جهدا استثنائيا، خصوصا أن الكاتب حاول أن يوصل صورة كاملة عن جده وقد كتبها بطريقة سيناريستية خيالية. وكما يعلم عزيزنا القارئ أن الترجمة هي خيانة للنص الأصلي، لربما يفقدها بعضا من مضمونها أو ينقص من صورتها، ولهذا فقد حاولت أن أحافظ على النص ضمن سياقه السردي وأن أوصل الصورة بشكلها الكامل من دون نقصان. فقد كنت أقرأ النص على أكثر من وجه، وخاصة أنه قد زاد من صعوبة الترجمة كونه مكتوب بأسلوب قديم، وبالمقابل حفز ذلك من إيصال الصورة بشكلها الكامل. فقد من الله تعالى علي بترجمة هذه الصفحات مع بعض الإضافات من شروح وحواشي، ولكي أعطي العمل حقه ومع ممارستي الطويلة في الترجمة وقراءة الكثير من المصادر في اللغة التركية، إلا أنني أعد هذه الصفحات من التجارب الصعبة والمفيدة في مسيرتي الفنية والأكاديمية، إذ عملت على إعطاء كل صورة حقها لسببين: كونا من متخصصا في الخط كخطاط وأكاديمي، والسبب الثاني هناك بعض المصطلحات الخطية يعطي كل منها أكثر من معنى تترجم حسب سياقها النصي، ولكي أحدث تأثيرا في نفس القارئ ضمن منطق اللغة كان علي أن أمارس قدرا من الحذف والاختيار، لا على حساب النص السردي ومضمونه، بل العمل على إظهار الصورة بشكلها الكامل. وإنني على قناعة تامة بأن هذا العمل المتواضع سيغير بعض المفاهيم عند بعض الخطاطين خصوصا الطلبة منهم، وكما أنني أشعر عند قراءة عمل كهذا بأنه سيمد جسرا بين القارئ والمقروء، وسيرسم صورة قريبة من شخصية لطالما أثرت في مريدها. إلى حين انتهائي من الترجمة لم يكن هناك عنوان ثابت في مخيلتي. طبعا أنا استشارت الكثير من الأصدقاء ومن الناس اللي حوالي عن العنوان هذا. الكل يعني طرح علي أسماء وعناوين جميلة جدا، ولكن ما شعرت ولا واحدة منهم. سمعت كل الآراء كلها كانت جميلة، ولكن لم يشدني أي منها، وانقضت الأيام وأنا أبحث عن عنوان. وفي يوم كنت في مكتبي إلى حين أن غلبني التعب، وقررت أن آخذ قسطا من الراحة، وبينما أنا بين اليقظة والنوم أتاني شخص وهمس بإذن جدي الخطاط محمد شوقي. على إثرها رددت هذا العنوان بصوت مرتفع، وكان واقعه على أذني جميلا، فشكرت الله وحمدته على هذا الإلهام. في الحقيقة أن كل ما ورد في هذا الكتاب من أفكار وأحداث وقصص ما هي إلا ثمرة طيبة خالصة النية، الله أعلم بها، تركها لنا الأقدمون، ليس لمجرد قراءتها بل لمناقشتها واستخراج العبر والحكم منها. ربما قد نختلف معها تارة أو نتفق معها تارة أخرى، والله ولي التوفيق. أعتقد الكتاب هذا الدكتور أحمد سهيل أنور هو حفيد الخطاط محمد شوقي، هو طبيب بشري، مؤرخ، رحالة، ومزخرف، وكاتب. هذه صورة في متحف توبكابي عندما كان يعمل في أبحاثه. الكتاب يتكلم عن الحالة الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والسياسية في حقبة الخطاط محمد شوقي، ويشرح حالة الناس وحالة الفنانين اللي كانوا موجودين في ذلك الوقت. هذه صورة لجامع السليمانية في بداية ستينات القرن الماضي. الكتاب أيضا يسرد حياة محمد شوقي جدا قريبة من عنده، ذهابه إلى العمل ورجوعه، طريقه. في هذا المكان تصادف مع أحد طلابه وتعرف على أبو الخطاط أو أبو الأستاذ أحمد سهيل أنور، وطريقة التعارف بيناتهم. وبالإضافة هذا الجامع في منطقة أكسراي، الناس اللي زاروا اسطنبول يعرفون هذا المكان جيدا، جامع والدة سلطان، وفيه أعمال مهمة لسامي ولشوقي أصليات في داخل الجامع. أيضا مكتبة روب باشا، هذا المكان اللي كان يعمل فيه خال محمد شوقي كحافظا للكتب، وهذه من أهم المكتبات اللي موجودة في العهد العثماني، وأول مكتبة شخصية في العهد العثماني، شخص جدا مهم. راوب باشا هنا كان يعمل محمد خلوصي، وهنا كان يدرس الخطاط محمد شوقي ويتلقى دروسه بهذا المكان. طبعا هذا كله مشروح بحواشي داخل الكتاب، وأهمية المكان وتاريخه وتأسيسه ومن الذي هو أسسه، بالإضافة إلى الجامع. هذا عملين، العمل الفوق لسامي أفندي وفي الأسفل هو لشوقي، موجودين في الجامع اللي شفناه قبل قليل اللي هو جامع والدة سلطان. اللي حاب يزور اسطنبول ممكن يشوفهم على الحقيقة. بالإضافة هناك قصة داخل الكتاب يتكلم عن حمال له حكاية مع محمد شوقي. هذا الحمال يقتني لوحة من لوحات محمد شوقي، رآها في إحدى مقاهي إسطنبول القديمة، فذهب إليه وجمع من قوته بشكل يومي واقتنى لوحة من لوحات محمد شوقي، وقصة جميلة يعني أتركها للقراء أفضل. هذه إجازة محمد شوقي عندما كان عمره 12 سنة، وهذه رسالة للطلبة. الإجازة هي بداية البداية لكل خطاط، وليس هي النهاية. يعني عند العثمانيين عندما نرى إجازاتهم بشكل عام نراها بمستوى متواضع جدا، والإجازة هي بداية مشوار، بداية بحث، بداية انطلاقة جديدة لدراسة كتابات الأقدمين، وليست نهاية المطاف. من الخطاطين اللي تأثر فيهم محمد شوقي إسماعيل الزهدي، ويتكلم طبعا في الكتاب المتكلم في مرحلة من مراحل الكتاب سيكون محمد شوقي، يعني النقل مباشرة المتكلم محمد شوقي بشكل مباشر. هو من الأشخاص الذين تأثر بهم وفي كتاباتهم إسماعيل الزهدي، فكان حريص على زيارة إسماعيل الزهدي كل يوم أربعاء بعد صلاة العصر، حتى وإنجاز التعبير يقولون في التركي لو أمطرت السماء حجارة كان محمد شوقي يذهب لزيارة قبر إسماعيل الزهدي كل يوم أربعاء بعد صلاة العصر، ويقول أنا تعلمت من كتابات هذا الرجل الشيء الكثير. هذه صفحتان من مصحف كتبه محمد شوقي وزخرفه المذهب الخاص حسن حسني، يعني أكثر أعمال محمد شوقي زخرفها حسن حسني. حسن حسني أيضا من المزخرفين الجيدين، وكان عنده مكتب مقابل الآن جامعة إسطنبول، سابقا مقابل بناية بيت الصدر الأعظم ووزير المالية سابقا، والآن هو حاليا كلية الصيدلة جامعة إسطنبول. كان هناك بناء عبارة عن 3 طوابق فيه مجلدين ومزخرفين وحبارين ووراقين، عبارة عن بناء خشبي، معتنين جدا في النظافة، لا يدخل أحد إلا ويلبس يعني غطاء على قدمه، لأن معتنين في النظافة بشكل جيد. وكان هناك محمد حسني، وكان يترددون الخطاطين من ضمنهم سامي أفندي كان يذهب إلى ذاك المكان، وشفيق وقاضي عسكر، يعني مجمع للفنانين. هذا المصحف من مقتنيات متحف توبكابي. آخر مصحف كتبه محمد شوقي ولم يكمله أيضا من مقتنيات متحف توبكابي، وأكمله حسن حسني. أصغر مصحف اطلعت عليه إلى الآن، مقتنيات خاصة، قياسه صغير جدا، سطره يختلف عن بقية تسطير الصفحات اللي فيه تختلف عن بقية المصاحف اللي كتبها. مصحف جميل جدا وصغير في نفس الوقت. عفوا. أيضا هذه من مقتنيات متحف توبكابي. الشيخ حمد الله أساس المدرسة العثمانية. أنا أحرص دائما أذكر دائما أن العثمانيين دائما كانوا يرجعون إلى ركنين أساسيين، يرجعون في كتاباتهم بعد أخذ الإجازة ويجمعون كتابات الأقدمين، من ضمنهم الأساس الشيخ حمد الله وكتابات الحافظ عثمان. هذا مرقع للشيخ حمد الله الأماسي من مقتنيات متحف توبكابي، من المرقعات الجميلة جدا. قالب مثقب ما يحتاج المتخصصين يعرفون لمن، يعني هو لأستاذ الخط الثلث الجلي لمصطفى راقب، وأيضا صغير جدا. كتابات محمد شوقي في الثلث الجلي قليلة، هو متخصص في النسخ والثلث. طبعا هذا الشاهد قبر ليعقوب باشا، يعني جدا المسافة كان هناك حاجز ما قدرنا نصوره، يعني كان هناك حاجز 10 سنتيم بين الشاهد وبين حاجز حديدي، فصورناه جزء جزء ورتبناه بشكل الفوتوشوب يلا حتى وصلنا إلى هذا الشكل النهائي. بالإضافة الكتاب فيه مرقع لمحمد شوقي من مقتنيات متحف توبكابي غير منشور سابقا. العنوان كتبه الأستاذ حسام مطر. هذه إحدى صفحات المرقع. طبعا احنا طبعناه بالمقاسات الأصلية. الكتاب يعني صممناه على أكثر من مرحلة إلى أن اخترنا أن يكون المرقع يطبع بالمقاسات الأصلية، وعلى غرار المرقع صممنا الكتاب. هذه صفحة ثانية. محمد شوقي كتب الكثير من المرقعات، ولكن أنا من وجهة نظري أرى هذا أهم مرقع أو من المرقعات المهمة الذي كتبها. كان يكتب لكل طالب مرقع كامل، وهذا المرقع مكتوب بأسلوب مختلف عن بقية المرقعات من حيث حجم القلم ومن حيث الروحانية اللي موجودة فيه، بالإضافة إلى بعض المفردات وبعض المركبات اللي موجودة داخل المرقع غير موجودة في بقية المرقعات. البسملة، الكشيدة، هذه الاتصالات من المركبات، يعني نادرا ما نراها في كتابات محمد شوقي. وأنا أرى من وجهة نظري أرى فيها نفس الأقدمين، فيها نفس الحافظ عثمان، فيها نفس يختلف عن بقية. كلها جميلة مرقعاته، ولكن هذه هنا توقيع محمد شوقي يبين بأنه من تلاميذ قلوصي أفندي مع التاريخ. أشكركم لحسن الاستماع وبارك الله فيكم. لو كان هناك في أي أسئلة أنا حاضر. الله يبارك.
questions أسئلة لو سمحتوا.
بسم الله، السلام عليكم. زيد الأعظمي من العراق. شكرا دكتور عمر على المحاضرة الماتعة. يوم أمس تحدثنا كثيرا وأنذرتك بأني سوف أداخلك.
بس الصوت غير واضح، يعني ممكن شوي.
الآن أفضل؟
نعم.
نعم. بالحقيقة يعني ذكرت تفاصيل في غاية الأهمية وهي في العمق، وأود أن أستعيد يوم أمس وما أوقده دكتور نصار حول قضية المصطلح والنقد، وأيضا هذه التي ذكرتها لا تخلو من هذا الشيء. ففقط أود أن أعقب تفصيلا عاما أشعر بأننا في أمس الحاجة إليه، وذكرت قضية في غاية الأهمية، وأن ثقافة الخط لابد أن تستشري في مجتمعاتنا وأجيالنا.
نعم.
وتكون سجية تصف بها الأسر والأفراد والمؤسسات وإلى آخره. أتحدث عن النظام المغلق والمفتوح في اللغة في صناعة المصطلح.
نعم.
يعني كيف المصطلح الذي نحن في أمس الحاجة إليه ونحن نؤصل لتكوين مدرسة خطية شاملة كاملة يستطيع الناقد أن يتحدث من خلالها بمفردات مكتملة، هو أن النظام المفتوح في اللغة كان حينما ترجم للغات الأخرى، يعني مثلا الفلسفة الغربية الإغريقية كانت قد أعدمت وأغلق عليها لولا أن العربية بنظامها المفتوح ترجمت النصوص ثم أعادت لها الحياة، ثم استشرت وذهبت إلى أوروبا وأنتجت محتواها.
نعم.
هذا الشيء الذي جعل العلوم العربية بعد أن أيضا ترجمت إلى اللغات الأخرى أعيدت لها الحيوية، وأيضا استشرت بها الحياة، وجعلت النظام المفتوح فيها بعد أن كان ثمة نظام مغلق شديد في اللغات الأخرى، لأن الخصيصة في العربية هي الاشتقاق والزيادات والمفردات التي هي فيها ترادف. هذا الشيء يجعل من قابلية الخط العربي والباحثين في الخط العربي أن ينشئوا مصطلحات تتناسب وتتشاكل مع محتوى هذا الفن شكلا ومضمونا. هذا الأمر مثلا حينما نرى حرف الباء، حرف الألف كذا، ونرى ونقول مثلا هنالك ثمة نقاط توتر، هنالك مسارات حرجة، هذا كله يطور من فن الخط، كله يزيد من الوعي، يزيد من وعي طلبة الخط
أكيد.
وإلى آخره. هذا الأمر الذي يجعل المصطلح لابد أن يتأسس ويتشكل يعني بحث طويل وعميق، ولا بد أن يستمر وما يتوقف.
أكيد.
بالنسبة للنقد دكتور عمر عفوا، النقد هو نقول يعني لابد أن نفرق بين نقد وانتقد. النقد هو ثمانية شيء، يعني حينما أنقد الخط، والخطاطون أرجو من الخطاطين أن لا يوقفوا الذي ينقد خطوطهم وما يصنعوا من لوحات، لأن الناقد هو الذي يظهر مكامن الجمال في لوحاتهم. لولا الناقد ما عرف بيكاسو، لولا الناقد ما اشتهرت الموناليزا. هكذا فالناقد حينما يكون في فن الخط، والمعروف عفوا يعني الخطاط يقول أنت اذهب اعرف كيف تخط ثم تعال انقد، هذا الشيء لا يصح إلا في النقد الوصفي.
نعم.
النقد فيه عدة حالات: نقد سياقي، ونقد وصفي، ونقد تحليلي، ونقد فلسفي. النقد الوصفي للخطاط له الحق أن لا يرضى بأي أحد أن يتحدث عن وصفية المرسوم من حرفه. أما في النقد السياقي والنقد الفلسفي والتحليلي فله أن يستمع وسيجلي ويطور من ذائقة هذا الفن وذائقة المجتمع، وحتى يجعل قيمة هذه اللوحة تعلو شأنا، ويكون الخطاط متفوق على كثير من الفنون ويوضع في الخانة الفن، والذي لحد الآن يختلف هل الخطاط فنان أم غير فنان. وبالأمس كانت محاضرة قد جلنا بها وصلنا بين الخطاطين والأساتذة، وكان الأستاذ عمر من بينهم. فهكذا فقط أردت أن أداخلك دكتور عمر حول هذه الجزئيتين اللتان أراهما في غاية الأهمية. وهنا في هذا المكان المبارك الذي هو باكورة لأن تتأسس المصطلحات وتتأسس العلوم والمعارف، وبالذات في فن الخط العربي الذي لا يزال يراوح في تاريخيته ووصفيته، ولا يزال لم تتقد معارفه ومكامن فلسفته وجمالياته وجلاله. وشكرا جزيلا واسف على الاطاله.
العفو. اللي صاير مثل ما ذكرت في البداية، هناك أكو فجوة ما بين الأكاديمي وما بين المجتمع الخطي بسبب بعض المصطلحات الخطية. هناك بعض المصطلحات أو هناك بعض الكتاب يتعمد الغموض في الكتابة حتى أو مجرد أنه يحاول أن يعبي ما بين السطور، ويتعمد الغموض في الكتابة، وهذا يستصعب الشيء على القارئ. الأستاذ الأكاديمي الناجح اللي من وجهة نظري اللي أنا أشوفها أن يكون الأكاديمية ممكن يعطيها في محاضراته في الجامعة، ولكن احنا عندنا مجتمع خطي مختلف المستويات، مختلف الوعي اللي موجود عنده. احنا لازم نكون ناقل وسيط لفهم بمصطلحات بسيطة أكثر استساغة للمجتمع. هذه نقطة. أما النقطة الثانية من ناحية النقد، مع الأسف أنا أقولها بمرارة، المجتمع الخطي لا يمتلك ثقافة النقد والمنقود، ما يمتلك هذه الثقافة لأسباب عدة. السبب منها أنه ما في منهجية ثابتة يحتكم عليها الناقد والمنقود. يعني أنا على أي أساس أنتقد عمل فني؟ عمل فني مش الشخص. عمل فني على أي أساس أنا أنتقد؟ يجب أن تكون هناك ضوابط وأسس أنا أنتقد عليها حتى يعرف الشخص المنقد عمله على أي أساس انتقد. وعندما تكون هذه الضوابط موجودة كل الإشكاليات تنحل. بينما يأتيك شخص يقرأ سطرين ثلاثة ويقول أنا ناقد، يقدم نفسه كناقد، وهذا الشيء خطأ. يعني النقد غير عالم ثاني مختلف. بالإضافة يحتاج أن يكون مثقف في عدة مجالات. يعني أنا لا أريد أن أقول أن يكون مثقف في داخل مجاله. الثقافة هو تحصيل حاصل. أن يكون الخطاط يجب أن يكون على دراية ومعرفة في تاريخ فنه، يجب أن يكون على دراية في تاريخ التحليلي والتنظيري والفلسفي، وإلا سيخرج من منظوم الفن. لا يستطيع أن يطلق على نفسه فنان، هو حرفي إذا لا يمتلك هذه المقومات. حتى أنا أقول لطلابه لا تأخذ معلومة لخطاط من خطاط لا يقرأ أو من فنان لا يقرأ، لأنه يا أما ناقلها يا أما معلومة غير رصينة. هذه نقطة. النقطة الثانية، الثقافة هو كل من غادر حقل اختصاصه، ولهذا احنا نشوف الخطاطين الأقدمين يمتلكون أكثر من ثقافة. يعني من ناخذها من ابن مقلة، رجل سياسي ووزير مالية وشاعر وأديب وخطاط. ابن البواب مزوق مزخرف مجلد وخطاط. ياقوت المستعصمي شاعر موسيقي خطاط. الشيخ حمد الله شيخ الرماة وخطاط في نفس الوقت. أحمد قرحصاري شاعر وخطاط. والكل قاضي عسكر مصطفى عزت موسيقار من الدرجة الأولى، صاحب حنجرة ذهبية، رئيس العلماء، رئيس الخطاطين، نقيب الأشراف، والإمام الأول والثاني والأول فيما بعد السلطاني عبد المجيد. يعني واحنا عندنا شغله واحده ويقول ما عندنا وقت. يعني فهذه ال الاختصاصات الاخرى او الثقافات الاخرى تضيف للفنان رؤيه جديده برؤيه العمل، برؤيه اللوحه الفنيه. هذا شيء جدا مهم للفنان، شيء جدا مهم للخطاط. يعني أنا ما أستطيع أنه أنا أطلق على شخص يمتلك ثقافة ضمن خطة أقول عليه هو مثقف. زين. طيب هناك سؤال آخر؟
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله
وعليكم
وبركاته.
السلام.
أولا بداية أشكرك دكتور على الكتاب الجميل الرائع هذا.
الله يبارك.
أمتعتنا حقيقة. أنا عندي بس سؤال بخصوص الكتاب.
نعم.
هل تطرق الكتاب إلى اختلاف الأسلوبية اللي كان عند شوقي بمراحل الثلاث؟ كان بالبداية يعني احنا نقدر نصنف شوقي أنه كانت هناك 3 مراحل واضحة في حياته.
نعم.
المستوى اللي احنا نحبه واغلب الجمهور اللي يقلدوه جمهور الفنانين قصدي هو المرحله المتاخره لشوقي.
نعم.
وهناك قبلها حقبه مهمه كانت اللي هو قلت بها الكثير من الاعمال الكراسات اسلوب محمود جلال الدين.
نعم.
والفتره الاولى عندما كان تلميذا وحاول مرحله الانتقال. فهل الكتاب يملك فقط سرديه تاريخيه لحياته واقتطافات لاعماله من هنا وهناك، ام هناك تسليط ضوء على يعني رؤيته الشخصيه لشوقي لمن وصل للمستوى اللي احنا نشوفه بالثلث العادي والنسخ؟ هل تطرق الكتاب لهذا الشيء؟
الكتاب هو عبارة عن ترجمة لدفتر ذكريات كتبه حفيد الخطاط محمد شوقي. هو في البداية أصلا يقول هو ما كان يعرف أنه جده خطاط محمد شوقي، ما كان يعرف أنه جده هذه الشخصية، عرف فيما بعد. وعندما علم حاول أن يجمع معلومات من كل الناس اللي كانت على علاقة مع جده الخطاط محمد شوقي، وكان متألم جدا. يعني يقول حتى خالي سعيد اللي هو ابن الخطاط محمد شوقي كان خطاط وتلميذه في نفس الوقت، لم يكتب عن أبيه شيء. وعن طريق الصدفة وجد هذا الدفتر من دفتر ذكريات والده في أول لقاء وفي أول جلسة. الكتاب هو عبارة عن إحياء ليلة من ليالي مجالس الخطاط محمد شوقي الفنية، وهناك سردية قصصية سيناريستية في داخل الكتاب. بالإضافة الكتاب هناك بعض الحواشي المحققة، يعني مثلا محمد شوقي عندما يذكر مكتبة رغب باشا، أو من يتكلم عندما يتكلم على مصطفى راقم، المتكلم هنا محمد شوقي مباشرة، يتكلم عن إسماعيل الزهدي، يتكلم عن أستاذه وخالة محمد خلوصي، ويتكلم على تلاميذه كيف يتعامل معهم، كيف يعطيهم الدروس، كيف ما هي حجج التلاميذ في الكتابة. يقول يأتيني تلميذ ويقول لي العيب في القلم، أنا لا أستطيع أن أكتب يعني، ويقول أخذ القلم وأكسره وأكتب فيه. المسألة مسألة استعداد. وعندما يطرح بعض الشخصيات هناك بعض الحواشي لبعض الشروحات مكملة للنص المطروح. الكتاب بهذه الطريقة. أما لهذا السبب أنا جعلته الأول. يعني مثلا نهج الأقدمين كتاب ثقيل ودسم، يعني لا يستطيع. نعم.
Any other questions؟ أي أسئلة أخرى؟
وأعتقد هناك نقطة جدا مهمة، أنه محمد شوقي ما كان يكتب من أجل يعني لكي يعيش، كان يكتب من أجل أن يتعبد. وهذا حال بقية الأقدمين كلهم، يعني ليس لهدف مادي أو لهدف. المادة كانت عنده أيضا مذكورة في الكتاب، كانت عنده وسيلة وليست غاية. يعني كان يعيش من معاشه، وكل المبالغ اللي كان يستحصل عليها من الخط كان يوزعها للناس القريبين منهم. حتى أنه أحد أقربائه استفزه في كلام وقال له أنت جمعت من المال كثيرا من الخط. فعندما كان يغضب من أي شخص لا يرد عليه إلى حين ذلك الشخص يعرف خطأه ويعتذر. نعم.
أيوة دكتور، مساء الخير.
مساء النور.
طبعا الأستاذ محمد شوقي رحمه الله من أهم الخطاطين اللي تركوا بصمة في مسألة الأمشاق والكراس التعليمي للخط العربي، وله كراسات متنوعة ومختلفة.
نعم.
صاحبة يعني ترك فيها أساليب كثيرة. فهل هناك إحصاء لكل الكراسات التي تركها محمد شوقي على وجه الدقة؟
نعم.
أنا مهتم بهذا الأمر جدا يعني.
نعم.
لأن أنا لي ارتباط كبير بهذا الخطاط، وطبعا كلمت حضرتك سابقا يعني. أنا من عشاق هذا الرجل يعني.
الله.
فهل هناك إحصاء لكل الكراسات التي كتبها؟
شوف، بشكل عام الكراسات معروفة عند المجتمع الخطي كم كراسة كتب، ولكن أنا دائما أقولها لطلابي. التاريخ علم ظني، ما في شيء محدد. ما أقوله لك اليوم يتغير بكرة، لأن الأشياء اللي موجودة في المتاحف والمكتبات مذهلة قد لا تتخيلها. يعني كل المنشور في المكتبات، كل المنشور في الكتب الحالية هو نقطة على ما هو موجود في المتاحف والمكتبات. فالتاريخ هو علم ظني، ما أقوله لك اليوم يتغير بكرة. فممكن أقول لك 10 كراسات، 12 كراس، 13 كراس، بكرة يطلع كراسة جديدة. يعني في أشياء جديدة أنا رأيتها لشوقي، لم أستطيع أن أخذ حقوق نشرها. يعني مثلا في كتابات لشوقي نشرتها في فترة من الفترات. يوصي طالب الخط كيف يتعامل مع هذه الصناعة، مع هذا الفن. توصيات محمد شوقي بقطعة لوحية نسخية كاملة. زين، هذه من مقتنيات متحف توبكافي. في أمشاق، في أشياء يعني مرقع كامل نقله من مصطفى راقم من البداية إلى النهاية نسخا، ومن البداية إلى النهاية ثلثا مرقعين، ولكن بمنهجية تختلف عن المنهجية التي نعرفها بالمفردات والمركبات. منهجية تماما. مثلا هذه المنهجية لو خرجت ستغير بالمستوى، ستغير بالفهم، ستغير بالمفهوم. يعني وكيف، يعني سأعطيك مثال. مثلا الجملة المشهورة وحجوا حجيجا كحجيجنا، على هذا النص في كل حرف بيت شعري من هذا الأسلوب من البداية إلى النهاية تبين لك كل التفاصيل، الحروف وكل علاقات الحروف البدائية والوسطية والنهائية مع بعضها نسخة وثلثا. إذا كان هناك سؤال آخر.
One more question. سؤال أخير.
طيب أوكي، شكرا جزيلا، بارك الله.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور. بنشكركم جميعا لحسن الاستماع، ونذكركم مرة أخيرة بإعادة سماعات الترجمة إلى المقاعد، وندعوكم جميعا لصورة جماعية هنا على المنصة. للي هيرجع السماعات فقط، اللي مش هيرجعها مش هيطلع يتصور معاها. اتفضلوا. مش شغال. For all the participants, we will have a group photo now on the stage. For everyone here. مية ازاي؟
خلص اليوم.